Fox Sports.
We are Fox Sports. We are Kansas City.
Royals baseball from Kauffman Stadium. It was a long one and a tough one for the Royals as the Yankees even the series at 1 game apiece. Royals baseball is presented by Academy Sports and Outdoors. Hi, everyone. Welcome back to the ballpark with Rex Hudler. I'm Ryan Lefevre. Joel Goldberg and Jeff Montgomery are coming up. Okay, from a broadcaster's point of view who never made it to the big leagues, from a fan's point of view, that hurt last night. And even though we're talking about the two-time defending American League champions, man, how do players come back from that?
Especially at home, we see wins. What I used to do, Rhino, after a tough loss like that, in the shower, as the suds go down the drain.
Easy.
Yeah, no.
Okay.
Suds go down, see ya, wouldn't want to be you, let it go. Go out to my locker, put on my clothes, and that quickly you get rid of it. You turn the page. They don't have time to lament on that. They've got to be able to trust Kennedy to go out and get this series tonight. Their backs are against the wall.
They'll also be turning the page on the month of August tonight, and man, what a month that was after a terrible July.
Now that's a heavy page to turn. Fantastic job. The 9-game winning streak was awesome. The fact that they won 7 straight series and they're looking for 8 tonight will be a beautiful thing to capture that August magic and turn it into September magic.
So the starters had the 3rd best ERA in the major leagues. Ian Kennedy had the best ERA in the major leagues in August, and he starts tonight. Then there was a bit of a lull, and now, as we look at our most trusted player, brought to you by Honda, HUD, as far as ERA goes, since the beginning of August, he's the best.
Yes, and I love it. You can count on that from some internal competition, that baton passing from starter to starter. Kennedy says, you know what? I'm the ace of this staff, not Duffy, not Ventura, and he's stepping up. That's what you want to see. I hope it continues.
His fastball will not light up a radar gun, but it's lit up the American League. The most strikeouts of any pitcher in the major leagues with his fastball, and Monty will tell us why when we come back.
Time of year, but here at the end of August, east of downtown, we have the Royals and the Yankees for the series finale. Joel Goldberg, Royals Hall of Famer Jeff Montgomery, without suit coats, not because it's scorching hot, but because we're going to put Monty to work to talk about tonight's pitcher, Ian Kennedy. And while he is 19th in the major leagues in strikeouts, our Toyota League leaders show that he has the most K-balls on his four-seam fastball. Great company there, including the former Royal Jake Odorizzi, but Justin Verlander, Max Scherzer, those are big-time strikeout pitchers. So, Monty, the four-seam fastball, how is it so effective for Ian?
Well, for Ian Kennedy, it's very important for him to get a lot of spin on that baseball. And the way he does it, he grips it with the four seams, so as he's across the seam, as you can see here. And when he releases a baseball, he's exactly behind the baseball. He's throwing down through the baseball. As a result, he's creating tremendous spin. And oftentimes we hear pitching coaches, managers saying he spun it really well tonight. Well, Ian Kennedy has the ability to spin it really well when he's behind the baseball and gets that great life on his four-seam fastball. It almost looks like a two-seam fastball, but it's a four-seamer. He gets great life.
A lot of swing and miss, a lot of called third, but it's not so much about the velocity. It's the spin.
It's the spin. It's being on top of the baseball, behind the baseball, and throwing downhill. As a result, he gets tremendous life, swing and miss, and he climbs the ladder when he wants to.
All right, we'll check back with Monty perhaps later in the game or after and see how he is spinning the ball tonight. Ian Kennedy going up against his former team. Royals getting ready for the final stretch. Back after this. All tough one last night with the rain and the extra innings lost, but the Royals will be back at it tonight. And as we see in our T-Mobile Greater coverage of baseball, going to take somewhere between 86 to 93 wins to get into the playoffs based on recent history. Monty, how do the Royals get there?
Well, it's very simple, Joel. After tonight's game, say they win tonight's game, they're going to have 9 series left. That means they can lose one game in each of those series and be 21-9. That's 700 baseball, a good clip, but they've been playing that clip here as of late.
All right, need to go 21-9, maybe 19 or 20 wins would do it. You say simple. That's the math. Now the question is, can the Royals do it? They look for their 8th straight series win. First pitch is next.
77 degrees in Kansas City. Another deciding game. Third consecutive series that the Royals go into Game 3 in a so-called rubber game. The Royals are 9-7 in deciding games so far. And in the previous two series against Miami and Boston, the form is the same. The Royals won Game 1 and lost Game 2. They won Game 3 against the Marlins and the Red Sox. So Brett Gardner, after taking Game 1 off, will lead off for a second straight game, and he really set the tone for the Yankees last night. He was on base 5 times. He walked 3 times, had a double and a single, and then right behind him, Jacoby Ellsbury. He had 4 hits and drove in 2 runs.
Yeah, you know, I was happy when Gardner wasn't in that lineup in the opening day. I thought that was a break for us, but sure enough, he was recharged and he's going. He's a catalyst type player. But there's some guys in that lineup, 4 guys that have had a lot of experience against Kennedy in his National League days.
Ian Kennedy did not have a good start against the Yankees in May, but since July the 30th, he has the best ERA among starters in baseball. Home runs have been an issue for him, but he has not allowed a home run in his last 2 starts and only 2 over his last 7.
Yeah, I like that better, but still, look, the fact he's keeping the ball in the yard, that's really good. But he's able to repeat his mechanics. Like Monty described in the open, he's able to stay behind his fastball and really utilize that pitch. And that's the reason he's had so much success recently. That fastball, curveball, change, and slider, and we talked about it, the 118 strikeouts on that fastball. That's the most in Major League Baseball. Even though the hitters know it's coming, he's got to keep it above the belt, right at the belt, but not thigh high, because that's when they hit him out of the park. Has given up 28 home runs overall this season. 15 to left-handed bats, 13 to right. Keeping it in the yard.
The crew chief, Jeff Kellogg, is behind the plate tonight. John Tumpane at first, Brian O'Nora is at second, and Pat Hoberg is at third. Kennedy's been very good, in particular this year, against left-hand hitting. And if you count switch hitters, Joe Girardi has 7 in his lineup tonight that will bat left-handed. And the game begins with a fastball outside to Gardner.
Such an advantage to switch hit. You're able to get that breaking ball coming into you. It's so much easier to hit.
1-1 on Gardner.
Kennedy uses all 4 areas around that strike zone very well. At times, depending on the offense, he'll show more secondary pitches in the first inning, but mainly it's going to be 70% fastballs early. Wants to establish his pitch.
Hit well to left field, but playable for Alex Gordon. And there is 1 down.
Royals defense sponsored by Ford this evening. Paulo Orlando, he's getting the start in right. Good to see him back out there. This guy, he's a game changer and has a chance to do something tonight, whether it's offensively or defensively. Excellent range out there. You can see the assists, put outs. He's ready. He's well rested.
One out to Jacoby Ellsbury, who always does well against the Royals. And he's at his best here at Kauffman Stadium. Shows a bunt and takes a fastball for a strike. Royals last 3 series, they've run into some of the best hitters all time against the Royals. Ichiro Suzuki, Dustin Pedroia, and Jacoby Ellsbury. Those are 3 of the best ever against the Royals. There's a curveball, no balls, 2 strikes.
This is going to be an effective pitch for him tonight to keep those guys off the fastball. Started belt high, had the nice depth to it to get to the ground.
Fastball is grounded out to Escobar. 2 outs. Kennedy was first a Yankee 10 years ago, the Yankees took him in the first round out of the University of Southern California. 1 year later, he was already in the big leagues and pitched parts of 2007 through 2009 with the Yankees, and then was traded to the Arizona Diamondbacks.
He's been part of that three-headed monster that's developed here in Kansas City, though, in this first year, especially the second half. Kennedy, Duffy, and Ventura. You know what you're getting when you're coming to the ballpark, especially home. The Royals are 7-3 in his 10 home starts this year. That's a nice winning average, and these guys believe it.
Danny Duffy will pitch on Friday in game 1 of a 3-game series with the Tigers
against Anibal Sanchez. Over a 5 ERA. But you know what? We can think ahead. The Royals can. They're focusing right here.
Great spot. 0-2 on Sanchez. He had been named American League Player of the Week for a second straight week when this series began. First time ever that a rookie has accomplished that. That's just 2 for 10 in this series.
They've been a little bit over aggressive. He's swinging in some pitches out of the zone. Kennedy trying to do that there. Ahead 0-2.
So Salvi wants him to go back to the fastball, and it dips low. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
His last start against Boston, he had some issues with foul balls, with high fastball. He was running into 3 and 2 counts, and his pitch count was way up. Only went 5 1/3 through 107 pitches. Be different here. You hope. Keep that pitch count down, but that's what they do. The high fastballs that he throws, if they're not squaring them up, they're fouling them off.
Ian had a 5-0 lead in that game before he even took the mound at Fenway Park. Pitched very well with men on base, giving up just 2 runs over those 5 1/3.
That helped it big time, that lead.
Eric Hosmer and Alex Gordon hit first inning home runs against Stephen Wright in that game. Still 2-2 on Sanchez.
Wright had a rough outing today again too. They hit a few homers off him. But Boston came back because their bats were a little bit bigger. Took care of the Rays.
Drilled to right field. Paulo Orlando is going to have to play it off the wall. Sanchez digs for second and slides in with a double. That's his first extra base hit of the series.
Caught a fastball. It was up. Didn't try to pull it. Paulo, he was on it. He wanted to make that play, but he backed off just in time and played it perfectly off the wall.
And now Mark Teixeira, who's in the starting lineup for the first time. Last year for Mark Teixeira, he hit a milestone in July, becoming just the 5th switch hitter in Major League history with at least 400 home runs. And his teammate at the time, Carlos Beltran, had accomplished that right before he did. So there's 2 of them for you. Teixeira and Beltran this year. And pretty elite company. Mickey Mantle, Eddie Murray, Chipper Jones. along with Teixeira and Beltran. Switch hitters in Major League history with at least 400 home runs.
Nice. Not to mention his 5 Gold Gloves, 3-time All-Star, and 4-time Silver Slugger. Nice career.
Inside, 1 ball, 2 strikes. Well, here's that area of concern for the Yankees all year. Hitting with runners in scoring position. They are last in the American League in that category. And even though they beat the Royals in 10 innings last night, they were 2 for 16 with runners in scoring position. Long run in for Alex. He is there, and that's the inning. So they're 0 for 1 tonight with a runner at second base. No score to the bottom of the first. .77 degrees at first pitch. More rain today in Kansas City. Cheslor Cuthbert's back in there. He'll be at third base and bats second. We showed you Paulo Orlando in right field, and Lorenzo Cain fighting that sore left wrist, and we saw him grabbing it late in the game last night. And he's going to get tonight off, and then the Royals have a day off tomorrow to allow him to allow that wrist to recuperate, not heal. That'll come in the offseason.
That's right.
Luis Cessa. Headley in on the grass. Throws out Dyson, who had the right idea. So 1 pitch, 1 out for Luis Cessa.
Too bad for Gerard Dyson. Well, this is what he wants to do. Slash the ball. I mean, Headley was in trying to take the bunt away and fell right into it.
This is just the 3rd major league start for Luis Cessa. Fastball for a strike to Cheslor Cuthbert. This is another arm from the New York Mets organization. So we know about Noah Syndergaard. He's originally from the Blue Jays, but came up from the Mets minor league system. Matt Harvey, Jacob deGrom, Steven Matz, Michael Fulmer, who's now pitching for the Tigers. Here's another guy, and there's a base hit to right field for Cuthbert. So back in the lineup, and he has a 1-out single. And Cessa went from the Mets to the Tigers in the Yoenis Cespedes deal last year, along with Michael Fulmer, and then was traded from the Tigers to the Yankees this past offseason for reliever Justin Wilson.
He's got a good arm. Cordoba, Mexico. That's where this youngster is from. He's got a good arm. Got some nice pitches. Just the 4th Mexican-born pitcher to start a game in Yankee history. Good firm fastball. He'll go 94 to 96 with that fastball. Slider, curve, change. He's got a good slider. Opponent's only hitting 148. Big curveball he'll show to left-handers. An effective changeup.
2 balls and no strikes on Hosmer.
Those other Mexican-born pitchers to start a game for the Yankees were Esteban Loaiza, Alfredo Aceves, and Alfonso Pulido. Some Mexican heritage there.
Hosmer, in fact, he decided to swing before Sessa unleashed the pitch. 2 balls and 1 strike. He was convinced he was going to get a 2-0 fastball.
Yep, he's got a good changeup. I was talking to David Cohn, Yankee broadcaster. We haven't seen him, and neither has any Royals in the lineup. So he said he's got a good arm. He's got some plus secondary pitches. Fastball's lively.
Back with a fastball, and it's up and away. 3-1.
That's right where Haas likes that. He likes that high fastball to drive it out the left field. And it's just a couple of starts, keep in mind. But lefties having a hard time with it. Righties ain't doing a whole lot either. But get some early runs on him. Don't give him any confidence.
Good spot. 3-2. Chopped out to Castro. So the Yankees get the second out. Hosmer will be at first with 2 down.
3-2 changeup fooled him. He was all set on fastball there. Yankees defense will go to Tex. Tex last game here in Kansas City. 5-time Gold Glove winner. I told you that at first base. He still can pick it. In his 14th season, he's ready to go. Over 1,800 Major League games for those 4 teams.
Kendrys Morales lifts it to center field and deep. Ellsbury is back, looking, gone. That's another way for Morales to watch those soap suds go down the drain.
That's right. They already let it go. And that ball, man, you know, when it was hit, that ball was out of the ballpark. You could just tell. And then watching center fielder Ellsbury go back, and it was hit so high in the air, I wondered if that wind was going to knock it down, as it does so many balls here at the K, with center field 410 feet away. But it just sailed and went over the second tier, dead central. 22nd homer. Just what Kennedy needed. So there's an answer to the fastball by the young guy. Sessa. Oh, no.
A wrinkle on it.
Put a little wrinkle on Morales. Barreled it. No more of those for him.
Now that's the Morales we know right there. Swinging early in the count. And it was very unlike him last night against Chasen Shreve with the bases loaded, 1 out, and the game on the line, for him to take 2 fastballs for strikes.
Yeah, that was painful to see that. It was a tough ending last night. Especially we had our guys right there. Dyson steals, you know, I thought about that on the way home. I'm thinking, well, if Dyson doesn't steal and just stays there, they got to pitch to Haas, unless they decided to put him on anyway. But you know what? It's easy to second guess and look behind, but that's exactly what the Royals have done. Put that behind them. It's gone.
Still 1-2 on Salvi. That was the 8th home run allowed by Sessa in 31 1/3 innings, and he's really been hurt by home runs. He's allowed 17 runs total and 14 of the 17 on home runs.
Elevation.
Salvi goes down and golfs it out to center field. Ellsbury makes the play. 22 home runs last year for Morales, and now 22 this year with a month to go. Royals lead 2-0. And after a blazing hot summer in Kansas City again, here we're enjoying temperatures in the 70s.
Fall is going to be beautiful. Right around the corner. October baseball, the Royals know it. They want to get back to it. They've had so much fun the last couple of seasons, and they remember that. Somehow, some way, they can find a spot in the wild card, or if they can somehow find a way to win the division, they'll have to be a favorite just on their experience.
Out to Hosmer. Gregorius is out, number 1. This is start number 27 for Ian Kennedy. Our Kubota Power Stats. Since 2010, only 2 other pitchers have made more starts than Ian Kennedy. Now, James Shields and Max Scherzer have spent most of that time in the American League. Ian Kennedy has 6 consecutive seasons with 30 or more starts and averaging 196 innings, so just under 200. 6 straight seasons, 30 or more starts, averaging 196 innings. He was the only National League pitcher to accomplish that over the previous 6 seasons.
There's a lot to be said for that, especially the way pitchers are going down nowadays. One of the reasons is he has flawless mechanics. This guy, he doesn't make any mistakes. He's able to repeat those mechanics, and very little to work with from Dave Island. Dave just every once in a while will talk to him in the dugout, but this guy has great delivery, very smooth.
1-2 on Castro. You know, if you pitch 200 innings these days, that's impressive. But if you think about it, if you do it in the National League, it's even more impressive, because how many times does a starter come out in the 5th or the 6th, not because he's pitching poorly, but because his turn comes up in the batting order? How many innings are lost in the National League that are gained in the American League?
That's a great point. Runners get on out there and you're on the offense, your manager's going to pinch hit for you. He wants a hitter to knock those runs in.
It's my first great point of the night.
No.
1-0 Ryan.
You carry the broadcast. It's fun. I can't believe.
Let's keep score the rest of the season.
Yeah, we
1-0.
Okay, we only have 30 left. That's bumming me out.
Castro drove in 2 in game 1 of the series, averaging almost an RBI per game over the last 2.5 weeks.
So step out of the box, go to your back pocket, fire a couple sunflower seeds in. Talk about a relaxed hitter. There's the exhale. He's got it. Been around. I know Dale Swaim had him in Chicago when Swaim was the manager for the Cubs, and he raved about the kid, his work habits, the way he had good attitude. Now there was a couple of times that he was a little lackadaisical and wandered defensively out there. Mentally, he would have some lapses, but other than that, Swaim talked highly of him.
He was very good very early in his career. Back in 2010, major league record 6 RBIs in his big league debut.
Ooh.
He was an all-star by 2011 at 21, and in his second season he was leading the National League in hits. Cuthbert throws him out, 2 down.
That is impressive. Think if Raul Mondesi at 21 years old had that type of credentials.
Royals fans, it's Jersey Upgrade Weekend. September 2nd through the 4th, when you purchase a Majestic Cool Base jersey, you'll receive a free customization valued at $50. Offer is valid in stadium at the Royals Majestic Team Store. There's a strike to McCann. Also available at Royals Clubhouse stores, by Rally House, at the Boardwalk, Independence, and Oak Park locations. Cuthbert with a long run. He was playing McCann to pull, but he gets there. Royals give Kennedy 2 runs in the bottom of the first, and he responds with a 1-2-3 top of the second.
Beautiful thing. Gonna love that.
There's a cap, probably from a spring training game, a St. Patty's spring training game, and a jersey.
Some of those fans had their Lucky Charms for breakfast.
and maybe they shower with Irish Spring. A little Irish in me. I got a German name, but I got Irish heritage. I'd love to go there sometime. How about the anthem? They sing a beautiful Irish anthem before the game.
2-1 on Alex. My favorite part about the Irish national anthem was that some fan here tonight was recognizing that it was the end of the anthem. So at the final word, 2-2 on Alex. I mean, I've never heard it. I don't know if you have. Maybe I've heard it before once, but we don't know when it's ending. But you could tell it's kind of coming to an end, and some fan yelled out, "Chiefs!"
Well, they're excited. They're ready.
3-2 on Alex. So there you go. No matter what the anthem is, find a way to yell Chiefs at the end of it.
Did you see that young Alex Gordon jersey? Got him.
First strikeout for Cessa. Hey, how about some congratulations? There's Fizz, probably working on his acceptance speech.
The professor.
Steve Fizziak. Well, he is locked in on those notes.
Oh, man.
Congratulations. Named to the Kansas Association of Broadcasters Hall of Fame.
Let it go, partner. Proud of you.
Fizz grew up in Merriam and of course went to K-State.
Fine laddie.
Fouled away by Paulo. No balls, 2 strikes. We've been asking him all week, you know, because we knew, but we didn't know if he knew, because we saw the press release. And Fizz, any news? No?
Anything personal you'd like to share with us?
Yeah. Anything regarding your career? No?
So he left us hanging.
Right. So finally today we discovered that he is aware. So congratulations. Paulo appears in this series for the first time. Had a tough time during the last road trip. Headley can't play the short hop, and Paulo, always running hard, is into second base standing. That'll be an error on Headley to put Paulo Orlando at second base with 1 out.
Sure, he would like to have the hit, but look, anything right now that a player's doing, he's doing it for his team. He's not doing it for himself. There are no selfish players on the Royals. Now that's a do-or-die play. Headley lifted his glove a little bit, stayed underneath him. But Paulo Orlando, now Rusty's going to get his attention here. Hey, go. See, Rusty, you know, you can't see that. So he's able to put the brakes on and make a quick left turn to go to second base and get into scoring position with 1 out. That's what coaches are for. Royals are pulling on the same end of the rope. Same rope they used last year.
Yeah, that's also a good instinctive play by Paulo, because, you know, whatever Rusty's yelling, I think it'd be the player's instinct to slow down and look up and say, what just happened? But Paulo clearly knew what Rusty was talking about, because he never looked up. He just put his head down and he rounded first and headed to second.
It's also helpful that you're playing in your home crowd, and the crowd let him know. They roared. But on contact, he thought he was going to run through the base and get that base hit.
Good point. Tied at 1.
Okay. Crowd will tell you.
Two and 1 on Escobar.
Cessa attacks with fastball and will use his slider as put-away pitches. Hoping he would swing at that. Escobar a month ago swings at that pitch. This last month he's been seeing the ball up and he's been driving it, and it's been showing. More power, more extra base hits, and really that's what he wants. He wants his OPS to get up there a little bit, make him a little bit more attractive to his team. Drive some runs in. Yeah.
He will drive in another run. So he laid off the slider that Cessa wanted him to chase. He went back with the same pitch, but hung it this time.
Left it up. That's how Escobar's been getting his OPS up. Off the end of the bat. Didn't matter. It's where you place it. It's not how hard you hit it. Traded places with Paulo. Make the air hurt. Another Royal signature.
And now Mondesi. And that ball is hit to right field, medium deep, and Hicks runs it down. Good swing path. Good trajectory, but it didn't have that good, crisp sound to it. And he also hit it into the wind.
It's a little bit of a crosswind blowing into that foul pole into right field there. That might have held it up, but let's see it. Looks like he might have got it off the. Oh, he didn't off the end. It jammed him some. Yeah, he didn't barrel it, but still pretty good distance for a jam shot. And you could tell the sound. You just said it. When you barrel it, just like Morales did, it's a clean, pure sound. When Morales hit his 22nd.
Down and away to Dyson. He grounded out to Headley in the first inning. Headley coincidentally made a very good play on Dyson to throw him out, but it was Headley's error in this inning that's led to the Royals' run. No swing, 2 balls and no strikes. (3-0) with Cuthbert on deck. Escobar has driven in 8 during his now 9-game hitting streak. And that's down and away. Dyson walks on 4 straight pitches. Just a reminder, as you enjoy a cold one, look forward to Miller Time later in tonight's game, brought to you by Miller Lite. Larry Rothschild, one-time manager, in fact original manager of the Tampa Bay Devil Rays, now longtime Yankee pitching coach, out to chat with Cessa. The Yankees not only like Cessa because of his arm, but he spent the first part of his professional career as a position player. He was a shortstop. So they like the arm, but they also like his determination. He has the attitude of a pitcher who realizes he's been given a second chance, and he works hard. He's aggressive. You're not sitting back thinking about next year and the year after that. He realizes the time is now.
And that's the focus you want to have from your young players, even your veteran players. But I guarantee you, when Rothschild was talking to him, he was saying, si, senor, or yes, sir, yes, sir. That's how you do it.
First and third to Cheslor Cuthbert. He singled to right his first time up.
Be ready for the first heater. After you get a talking to from your pitching coach, he's going to try to get strike one with that heater. Be ready for it. Ambush him.
Dyson runs. A strike and a stolen base. Castro got Dyson, it looked like on the heel. The Yankees want to take another look at it. That's Rob Thompson, the bench coach, who played his college career at KU. And they're going to take another look. This will be interesting because Dyson got under the tag, but Castro looked like he got him on the heel.
I don't know. I think he beat him. Let's see it.
So the Yankees saw what we just saw. And now Cuthbert grounds it out to short. And Gregorius ends the inning. The Royals, after getting 2 in the first inning, add 1 in the second. This one an unearned run after the error by Headley.
Three-0 Royals are leading the Yankees. Joel Goldberg back here at Kauffman Stadium as we get set to start the top of the third. And the Royals did make some news today transaction-wise. We're just about to September call-ups, but 1 game short of that. As nice catch and read by Paulo Orlando for the 1 pitch out. So the Royals made some moves today, very short on pitching after the late night affair last night. So Scott Alexander and Brooks Pounders come up. Chim-Ming Wang goes to the DL, and then Christian Colon optioned out. He can come back September 6th, which is shorter than the usual time frame because Omaha's season ends September 5th. What that does mean, though, guys, tonight, that's what it took to get some extra pitching in here, is the Royals have no utility infielder. Or do they? Drew Butera would be the utility infielder if something were to come up in any kind of injury. And I asked Drew about his best position in the infield, and he said, well, I think my best position would be shortstop, but that's not happening. If something happened to Escobar, Mondesi would move over. He's already played first. We know he can catch. We know he can pitch. He said that he's fine at third. He's fine at second. Played third in college. He said he'd love to play all 9 if he'd let him. That's not going to happen.
Thanks, Joel. 2-0. Of course, you could always bring in Alex from left field.
Some athletes out there. Nice Butera. First answer to Joel was shortstop. That's the best. A lot of action there.
3-0 on Aaron Hicks, Yankee number 9 hitter. This is the completion of the first time through the order for the Yankees, and they've had 1 base runner against Kennedy. 3-1. Jammed, and Dyson races into left center field for out number 2.
Attention all Yogis. The Kansas City Royals are excited to host our 2nd annual Yogis in the outfield this Sunday prior to the game. Join yoga instructors from Core Movements for an early morning 1-hour yoga session on the ballpark outfield grass with a yoga Royals mat, followed by a light breakfast. To participate in this unique event, purchase your theme ticket now at Royals.com/theme tickets. There it is. But there will be a Royals insignia on there, I'm sure. It says a Royals mat.
Two outs to Brett Gardner. And that's high for ball one. Gardner opened the game with a fly ball to left field. Changeup. 1-1. Gardner was drafted 1 year before Ian Kennedy was by the Yankees. Curveball is low. Brett Gardner out of the College of Charleston in South Carolina. Two and two. Mentioned this the first night, and I asked this question to some people with the Yankees when we were there in May. Who do the fans in New York look at and say, that's a Yankee? Not just wearing the uniform, but he's a Yankee. And after having to think about it for a while, which is odd when you think about their tradition, most said, well, there's Gardner. 3 balls, 2 strikes. I mean, even with their fan base spending all that money and bringing in a lot of stars over the years, that the fans, just like Royals fans, they remember, okay, you know, who's a Royal through and through, who's a Yankee through and through, and you're looking at him, Brett Gardner.
They can be proud of him. He plays the game the right way. Goes hard.
Kennedy's retired 9 of 10. And the Royals lead 3-0 to the bottom of the third. Don't miss your opportunity to attend Special Day at the K. That's coming up Sunday. $5 from every ticket purchase at Royals.com/special day. Benefits the special needs community here in Kansas City and beyond. In addition, each ticket includes the opportunity to receive this free Special Day at the K t-shirt. And for more information, visit Royals.com/special day.
Yeah.
And speaking of Special Day, Joel has a special guest.
Yeah, and I just saw HUD looking down, signaling "I love you," and I thought he was talking to me, but I think he was actually talking to his wife, Jennifer. Ryan?
He got it. Great timing, Joel. That's the best call I've ever had, Rhino.
How about that? We put Jennifer Hudler on camera, and Eric Hosmer hits a home run.
Oh, what a beautiful thing.
Well, so when HUD wears the rally mask, the rally mantis mask, they lose in the wee hours of the morning. But when Jennifer Hudler comes on, we got a Haas homer. Okay, sorry for that interruption, but it was worthwhile. Jennifer, tell us about this awesome event this weekend.
This Sunday, Team Up for Down Syndrome and the Royals are holding their second annual special day at the K against the Detroit Tigers. Sponsorships, that will be having a luncheon at 11 a.m. so people can go to teamupfordownsyndrome.org to learn more about that. But we'd love to have the fans join us here at the ballpark. You can go to www.royals.com/special day for tickets, and $5 of every ticket sold will benefit Special Olympics and the special needs community here in Kansas City.
And I know that HUD talks all the time about Cade, who is just the greatest, most fun kid ever. So this is certainly a cause that is very special to your heart, and one that affects so many people too.
It is. Team Up for Down Syndrome was formed 18 years ago in honor of our son Cade. Team Up for Down Syndrome supports the Down syndrome community and the special needs community. We give to organizations such as the Down Syndrome Guild here in Greater Kansas City.
Stay hot, Jennifer Hudler, stay hot. That wasn't good for Didi Gregorius, but it certainly was for the Royals. Okay, continue.
Well, and we also give to the YMCA Challenger program, where our mission is to donate to organizations that support housing, health research, job training, family counseling, education, and other worthwhile causes. And those causes are social and athletic endeavors. So we're really involved with Special Olympics, Blue Valley Special Olympics, led by Nan Cantor. She formed that in 1988. They provide over 12 different kinds of athletic activities: football, baseball, basketball, bowling, and they also have a lot of social events. They put on luncheons and dinners, and they also hold many dances. So it's a really great cause, and we really hope everyone considers coming out to support Team Up for Down Syndrome and Special Olympics this Sunday. And if they want to do that, they can do that by going to royals.com/special day.
So you got to come out here on Sunday. Plus, you get the Royals-Tigers game. You get this T-shirt, which is awesome too. And you told me that Nan will be in the Buck O'Neill seat, right?
Yes, we're going to honor Nan with the Buck O'Neill seat for her dedication and service to the community and to the Special Olympics.
All right, so everybody come on out. Real quick final thing, unless we're interrupted by a homer, which would be great. What's Cade's best sport? I mean, I've seen him swing. He's got a nice swing.
He loves that, but he played football tonight, so when he gets home, we'll see how he liked his football team.
Absolutely love it. All right, guys, I want to thank Jennifer Hudler. Encourage everyone to come out on Sunday, and I'm just calling this right now, Ryan and HUD. If if we need a little bit more help for that offense, just come back down here to the instant offense. That will be the better half of Rex Hudler.
And let's not forget Dana Hicks, her lovely assistant right next to her there. Joel, you were right on when you said my wife was hot. Believe it. Way to go, Joel. Thanks so much. We're looking forward to it, entertaining the families with special needs.
Well, HUD, you did make a good call when Hosmer homered, but with all due respect, that was your best call.
Thank you. 27 years, 28 coming. Been blessed.
How about all that information with no notes and no script?
Could take a few lessons from her.
Impressive.
Thank you. Love you too.
Sessa has struck out 2, and both times against Alex Gordon. Royals have scored in each of the first 3 innings. 2 in the first, 1 in the second, 1 in the third. The Royals have hit 2 home runs tonight. The ball has been flying out of the ballpark in this Royals Yankee season series. This is the 7th and final game between the two teams, and they've hit 23 home runs. With the Royals out homering the Yankees. That'll get Salvi to second base on a wild pitch, and ball 1 to Paulo Orlando.
Pow, pow, Paulo. Love the signs. Thank you, ma'am. Sir, your crown looks lovely. Paulo, he's been raking all year with runners in scoring position, but he's been coming back to earth, and you know, you can't stay over 400 all season, but he's still over 318. Respectable.
Changeup fades inside. 2 balls, no strikes. Outside, and now 3-0. Remember to vote for the Royals Player of the Month at one of the 7 Rally House locations in the KC metro area. All participants will be entered to win a majestic prize pack. Let him swing.
Why not?
Sessa was thinking the same thing and flipped a curve in on 3-0.
Put a little wrinkle on there, huh? Well, he's, like you said, been shocked by the home run. He's a little nervous on 3-0. If he throws it 3-0, he's got to throw it 3-1.
And Paulo had a good swipe at it. 3 balls, 2 strikes.
Nice little wrist guard he's got there on his left wrist above his batting glove. There is a little padding in there because he's had some issues there. He's got hit a few times there. Right where that KC is, that's a nice little pad there, and KC has to absorb another heater on the hands.
That's hit hard, but it had a lot of overspin on it, and Gardner makes a play in left field. How about it? Now, was that Rex Hudler or Jennifer Hudler?
That must have been Jennifer. Yeah, believe that.
With the Irish community since 1994, serving on the Kansas City St. Patrick's Day Parade Committee and on the board of directors. The current president of the Irish Center Jay has been instrumental in getting the Irish center at Drexel Hall. Sitting in the Buck O'Neill legacy seat at tonight's game on Irish Heritage Night.
Way to go, Jay.
Ian Kennedy's lead gets bigger and bigger. He took the mound in the second inning with a 2-0 lead. In the third inning with a 3-0 lead, and now the Royals lead 4-0. Jacoby Ellsbury grounded to short his first time up. Swings through a fastball, 1 ball, 1 strike. And Kennedy, remember, in his previous start on Friday at Boston, he had an early 5-0 lead. Ellsbury, Sanchez, and Teixeira coming up for the Yankees. 1-2. Breaking ball struck him out. Salvi gets the angle to throw down to Hosmer, and that's Kennedy's first strikeout tonight.
You know, with all the young ball players that watch our broadcast at night, Rhino, I like to at least give one teaching moment. It's very important on plays like this that a pitcher knows a left-handed batter, he's got to get over there. Speedy runner. Look how he starts up the line. Okay, he starts up the line and comes up. It's an easier and quicker path to him than running directly to the base on that angle. So you go up the line like that. It's easier feed for the throw, and he got there with a speedy runner in plenty of time. Pitchers fielding practice, PFP. Dancing practice.
Look at that dad. He's going to do whatever he can to keep her happy. How sore is that right arm going to be tonight?
That's beautiful.
Bouncing that bear back and forth. You also help avoid a collision too, right? When a pitcher takes that route to the line and then up the line.
Right, because if you don't take it and it's a straight angle, you're going to have a collision once you cross that bag. That's why they have you do a little bit of a question mark turn up there and run up the line. Kennedy's a good athlete.
1 ball, 1 strike. That was an interesting move by Sanchez as that pitch was coming in. He looked like he was preparing for a pitch to come in at 250 miles an hour.
Like he was backing off. But see, we talked about it in game 1, his ability to set pitchers up. So it's interesting to see how he takes pitches at times. And he doesn't even know the league yet. He's facing all these pitchers for the first time, but still, you know, he's has a unique ability to figure them out. Been a little bit aggressive in the series, swinging at some bad pitches. But this kid's gonna be a long-time Yankees, what they're saying.
Escobar throws from the grass on the money.
Yep, he knew who was running. He didn't have to use that momentum, jump in the air and throw it. He planted instead and threw a rocket across the diamond to Steve Reich. Knowing the runners, you can do this. Now the fast runners, he's going to go ahead and jump and leap and make that overhand toss. Beauty.
Base hit left field. Mark Teixeira is on with 2 outs. Time for our sprint trivia question. There's Kansas City's David Cohn, now broadcaster with the Yankees. Name the Yankee that finished second to the Royals' David Cohn in the 1994 Cy Young voting. '94. So David Cohn won it, and a Yankee finished second in '94.
Pettit. Maybe.
A little early for Pettit, I think. Maybe you're right. Kennedy faces just 4 in the top of the 4th inning, and the Royals lead 4-0. And our University of Kansas Hospital injury report. More bad news for the Minnesota Twins. And if the Twins haven't had enough trouble already, they have a 12-game losing streak. And they are losing in Cleveland 7-1 in the 8th inning. And now Danny Santana is out for the year with a left shoulder problem.
It's too bad. I like him. He has a good ability. Quick. Switch hitter.
Escobar, who doubled in a run in the 2nd inning, grounds out to short. 1 away. So some bad news again in the division. Detroit had a walk-off win against Chicago. Cleveland is on its way to a victory against Minnesota. As far as the wild card goes, good news in Baltimore with Toronto leading 3-1. Houston has defeated Oakland. So here are the up to the moment standings. Royals lost ground in the wild card in the division last night. 3 back in the wild card. 6.5 in the division. A little over a month to go.
They're in a lot better shape than they were a month ago. And the good news really is the Royals are up 4-0 here. That's all they care about. One game. They don't care about the board. Look at Mondesi. He's showing a little bit of pop both sides, both fields, right and left.
Now the players can think one game at a time. But after tonight, the Royals have 29 games left and 17 here at Kauffman Stadium. 60% of their games, most in the major leagues, most home games remaining in the major leagues. 13 of those 18 will be against division teams, and the Royals at home against the division this year are 21-5. If you want to break those numbers down.
Well, we know there are 2 different teams. One at home, 19 over 500, and on the road it hasn't been as good, but you know what?
Getting better.
It is. They've been winning some series on the road, and they're doing it with that one-game mentality.
There's a Gold Glove play from the 5-time Gold Glove winner Mark Teixeira. And that's Luis Cesa's first 1-2-3 inning. Tonight against Luis Cessa, and hit 2 home runs. Kendrys Morales a 2-run shot in the first.
Oh, that was nice. 22nd, he's getting hot, dead center.
And Eric Hosmer leading off the 3rd.
Haas says, hey, look, don't count me out of that home run title for the team. 19th.
Starlin Castro takes ball one. He grounded out to Cuthbert at third in the second inning, followed by Brian McCann and Chase Headley. Off of his foot, and down he goes.
And no protection there. He chooses not to wear a shin guard. Might after this shot.
Ooh,
yeah,
man.
That was bad. I mean, look where the ball bounced. It bounced the opposite direction.
What came out of his sock?
That was just some dirt and dust. I mean, that could be severe.
You see players break their leg on foul balls like that.
That ball bounced right back to first base side. It's tough. This is just flush. I mean, watch where the ball bounces. It hits there and it changes direction. Look at how it affects the whole leg, and then you can see the dust come off the sock. And that hurts. Look, there might be some people out there, I don't think there's many, if they don't know what that feels like, go out. Just go out to your garage and get a hammer and whack yourself in the shin. That's exactly what that feels like. It's pretty simple if you want to know what that feels like.
But we don't advise you to do that.
How's that analysis?
Use a sledgehammer while you're at it.
Ooh. Look at him. He's shaking his head. Haas, they're talking about it.
And it's just the third base runner for the Yankees tonight. Too low to Brian McCann. He fouled out to Cuthbert in the second inning. One and one.
Pull the string. McCann, if you asked him, and I haven't, if you asked him if he would rather be catching every day, he'd probably tell you yeah, but you know, his body's saying yes too for the rest. DHing, it's a different job.
Very high and medium deep. One out. How similar to the Mondesi deep fly out to right. Good trajectory, good swing, not the best sound. Don't miss your opportunity to bring your company, school, sports team, or other group out to Kauffman Stadium. Royals group tickets are still available with discounted rates, starting with the purchase of 20 or more tickets. Contact the Royals group sales department at the telephone number on your screen, or group sales at royals.com. Down and away to Chase Headley. He lined out to Orlando in right field in the third inning.
Yeah, if he gets the underside of that ball, that would have been a homer. He squared it up, hit the top half, his sinking liner right to Paulo. He guessed right with a fastball. Our Hall of Famer Jeff Montgomery, before the game, was breaking down that four-seam fastball of Kennedy's. They did a nice job talking about staying behind it and the way he's able to utilize that with that late spin movement that he's got on a lot of spin, and it appears to be a lot harder than it is to hitters. It sometimes has that run like a two-seamer, but it's because he really gets a lot on it. Now this is his breaker. Good location, in and down. Monty, what do you say about Kennedy so far now?
Well, I like the fact he's got all 4 or 3 of his pitches working. I mean, his breaking ball, sometimes slider, sometimes curveball, but the fact that he's able to recognize all those pitches are on for him tonight, I think that's what's really made him good, especially here during the month of August.
Totally agree.
His ERA has dropped 84 points in the month of August.
Guys, when you're a 4-pitch pitcher, oftentimes you'll recognize that maybe one pitch or the other is better, but there are times when Kennedy goes out there and his curveball's especially good. He'll use that pitch, especially early in counts, to set up that fastball. We know he's got a lot of fastball strikeouts, and like you were talking about, Hud, his fastball's not overpowering, but just the way he's able to spin the baseball, it allows him to miss bats so frequently. And when you have the ability to do that, you can climb the ladder with intent. It looks like it's going to be a very hittable pitch, middle of the strike zone, and then it goes above the bat.
Jam. Mondesi runs out and it drops over his head. So there's the game evening out for Headley. He hits one right on the nose in the 3rd inning and makes an out. And now he gets jammed and gets a hit.
Yeah, and kept his lumber intact. Didn't break. It's a good location. You know, Kennedy talked about how he really was recharged after the All-Star break, and so I asked him, what did you do during the break? And he goes, it's not necessarily the 4 days off I had on the break. It was 8 days that I had in between starts. That was what he meant. He had 8 days that he could, you know, work out, get stronger, work on his stamina, and that really helped him, gave him a little extra energy boost.
Yeah, and what about the mental side of it? Because there's so much information for these guys. How about just 4, 5, 6 days of not having to think about the next lineup that you're going to face? How about that part of the break?
Yeah, well, that's a mental break as well. A lot different than pitching to a National League lineup.
Shoes?
Can you believe it?
Paulo makes a play in right field. You know, I just love that about Paulo Orlando.
Does all the little things.
Paulo knows. I'll bet he knows that Castro's not going to tag and go to 3rd there. But does he take that for granted? Does he assume that? I mean, he just still got behind that ball like you're supposed to.
He's fundamentally sound. You play 9 years of minor league baseball and you get a chance to be a regular out here. You're going to do everything right. He plays with a sense of urgency and has made a big difference on this Royals team.
Paulo is cool without trying to look cool.
I agree.
You know, I mean, some guys are trying to look cool, and there's some guys who look that way without even trying.
Yeah, totally agree. But he's, you know, he's got such great athleticism. Track backgrounds helped him running, taking routes to the correct routes to balls. Certainly one of the reasons this year that the Royals outfield lead all of baseball with a plus 46 defensive run saved.
Two and on Gardner. Kennedy hasn't given up a run in this inning. He's given up 2 hits, but this is the first inning where he hasn't been ahead of all the hitters. He's fallen behind. So far, no damage. Gardner is 0 for 2 against Ian tonight. Castro's at second, Headley's at first. Two and one. You know, another thing about Paulo being so fundamentally sound, I wonder how much of that is connected to baseball isn't his natural sport. He didn't play it since Little League. He played it later in life. So in professional baseball and learning the nuances, maybe the first time that he tried things is when he was taught how to do it fundamentally sound by a professional.
That's important. How you're mentored. Just take, for example, Tim Tebow. Okay, hadn't had any professional help at all. We showed his raw talent yesterday. They showed it all over. You give that guy who's one heck of an athlete some professional instruction, break him down, take him to winter ball, play winter ball. Go to Venezuela and play. That's how that'll be a good test for him. You know, maybe he could catch it at 29 years old and get better.
Now Paulo has to run into deep right center field. He's there, and that's the inning. It was an all Paulo inning with 3 putouts to the bottom of the 5th, and the Royals lead 4-0. I mean, they have unique signs every night.
They are totally sold in, sold out, whatever you want to say. They are buying the Royals product. And look at this one, just changed like that.
Cheerful Chesler is charming.
I would
now
agree.
The guy, I think she does all the work, because the fella, he's just got his crown on, and he is, we are forever. That's it. That's his statement. He's sticking with it. And she's got a new sign for every batter. We need to know more about them. That's an alliteration.
Yep, that's a little out of my league.
Cheerful Chesler is charming.
Okay. Word's a little too big for me.
What? 3-1 on charming Chesler. He singled in the first inning, grounded out to short in the second. Cuthbert, Hosmer, Morales coming up. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Joel?
Yeah, I'll get out there, if not tonight, as we're getting a little middle of the game here. I will get out there. There will be plenty of opportunities. Alliteration, HUD. Ravishing Rex is radiant.
Wow. That's not correct for me, I don't think, Joe, but it sounded like a compliment.
Well, the last time we showed those 2 signs, Eric Hosmer hit a home run just inside the left field foul pole. And Hosmer has tied his career high, 19, which he first established in his rookie year 5 years ago. And of course, he hit his first big league home run against the Yankees.
See where this pitch was. That was just up a little bit, out over the middle of the plate. Haas didn't catch it all, but he got plenty of height on it. Strong. 19th. First pitch, another fastball right down the middle. It's a wrinkle coming.
0-2.
Good spot. I'll tell you what. Being a former shortstop, he's got good stuff. He's learned how to pitch.
One and two.
Nothing wrong with that. That's a good pitch there. Back any hitter off 0-2. You set up the next one.
Got Hosmer reaching. Ellsbury makes a one-hand play. 2 outs. Number 85, Luis Cessa. I wonder if that was a number that was given to him in spring training. And some guys are insulted when they get a number that high when you're typically a non-roster guy. Other guys say, all right, that's my number.
Yeah, and you know, there's not many good lower numbers left. They're all retired. So if the young player comes to the Yankees, he realizes that there's some rules there, and they'll do their history on the team. They'll see there's not many good numbers left, so they'll take what you can get.
Aaron Judge, number 99. Now Morales shoots it into the corner, and Gardner is there and makes a play. Cessa set down the last 8 Royals after giving up 4 runs in the first 3 innings. Together, getting along only in Kansas City. A Taminia Mazda game break. Carlos Gomez hits a grand slam off of Felix Hernandez, so he's had an immediate impact. Released by the Astros, who are in second place in the West and now playing for the Rangers. The Rangers won 14-1, and Felix Hernandez gave up 6 runs in 4 innings.
Tough outing this late in the season.
So Texas has 1, Houston has 1. Still a nice 8.5 game cushion for the Rangers.
Gomez didn't have to go too far. Went from Houston to Arlington.
How about that for a compliment too, or an ego boost? You know, that at the time the third place team releases you and the first place team says, we'll take him.
Right. And now he's swinging again.
Ellsbury's grounded to short and struck out. And Ian Kennedy, who's been piling up the strikeouts this year, averaging 1 an inning, has 1 in 5 innings tonight. That was his only strikeout against Ellsbury, and it was with a curveball. So all those strikeouts this year, and in particular with his fastball, none so far. That fastball is lined to right field for a leadoff single.
Well, his strikeouts take a lot more pitches. So his last start against Boston at Fenway Park, he just went 5 1/3 and threw 107 pitches. So the fact that he's at 75 right now tells me that he doesn't need the strikeouts, just get the outs. Stay in the game longer. Give that pin a little bit of a break.
Gary Sanchez hit the ball hard twice so far tonight. Snap throw to first, and Ellsbury is back in sliding feet first. See that happen normally on a play at first base, going in feet first.
Got a little discombobulated there. Salvi though, keep you honest.
Sanchez doubled into the right field corner in the first inning and then lost a hit on a good play at short by Alcides Escobar in the fourth. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Secondary pitches are what can bring a double play ball for Kennedy. Fly ball pitcher. Doesn't get a lot of ground balls. Has induced 7 ground ball double plays on the season. There it is again. Stayed with it.
Sanchez last night in an otherwise frustrating night for Edinson Volquez. Boy, Volquez had Sanchez wrapped around his finger last night with his changeup.
Sure did.
Two and two. Sanchez backs out as Kennedy took a long time to pick up the sign from Perez. Good spot. Just missed inside. 3 and 2. Missouri Lottery Fox Tracks. Called correctly according to the grid by Jeff Kellogg. Kennedy hasn't been quite as sharp in the last 2 innings. And now Sanchez walks. That's Kennedy's first, and the Yankees have 2 on with nobody out. The college football season kicks off this week. K-State opens the season at number 8 Stanford. That's Friday night on FS1. And the Barry Odom era at Mizzou begins on Saturday when the Tigers visit West Virginia, also on FS1. So K-State Stanford Friday night, Mizzou West Virginia Saturday morning. Both games on FS1. We are talking football. That'll tell you what time of year it is. Paulo is back, still back, and has just enough room. So Teixeira just missed a 3-run home run. The Yankees will settle with a fly ball to right field and runners at first and third with 1 out. And the Yankees, all that trouble hitting with runners in scoring position, they are 0 for 4 so far tonight.
first tank for sure. Good swing. Slight breeze blowing in at the K from right field. Anything that has that kind of air under it, it's going to stay in.
Didi Gregorius has grounded out twice, and that's what Ian hopes for right here. Ground ball hit at right of the infielders. And said it's a fly ball. The Yankees will get their first run. Alex over from left. So Ellsbury scores, and it's 4-1 in the 6th inning. And up comes Starlin Castro. He is 1 for 2 with a single. Takes a fastball down the middle for strike 1. That's something. And he's got something trying to hold down that swelling underneath his sock there after fouling one off of his right leg in his last at bat.
Looks pretty good though.
One and one.
Didn't hurt him too badly. He hammered a base hit to left field, right by Escobar's glove.
That's a little bit high. 2 balls, 1 strike. Kennedy in the first 4 innings allowed 2 hits, no runs, and was ahead of most of the hitters. And now he's fallen behind in the last 2. He's only allowed 1 run in the last 2 innings. Castro does have 18 home runs, and that's a great spot in the hitter's count. 2-2.
Just paints the corner.
Kennedy wants to go back to the fastball. Salvi's first suggestion was a breaking ball. Hit well deep into left center field and gone. Number 19 for Castro. And suddenly it's a 1-run game.
Tried to sneak some cheese by him, didn't work. 19th. Might have stayed with Salvi's recommendation there. It's down there below the belt. Barreled it. Gerard, good jump. No chance.
Strike to Brian McCann. So a reversal tonight. Last night it was the Yankees with an early lead, and the Royals chipping away and eventually tying it late. McCann went, and the count is 0-2. Tonight the Royals had a 4-0 lead at the end of 3 innings. And the Yankees with a sac fly and a 2-run home run have made it a 1-run game.
It's a second career home run off of Kennedy by Castro.
On to see in shallow right field, takes care of McCann, and that's the inning. So Kennedy, falling behind the last 2 innings, escaped the 5th without allowing a run, but allows 3 in the 6th. bottom of the 6th inning. Royals scored 4 in the first 3 innings. And Luis Cessa has set down the last 8 Royals hitters. And now the Yankees just scored 3 in the top of the 6th. Salvador Perez, Alex Gordon, and Paulo Orlando. Salvi's taking all the way. He is 1 for 2 tonight with a single. And leading off our Sonic Slam inning, our contestant is Catherine Blair from Lewisburg. 1 ball, 1 strike. If the Royals hit a home run out of the park in this inning, Catherine wins $3,100. It's been a while since the Royals have homered in the 6th. Headley throws high, and Salvador Perez has an infield single.
Don't believe he could have rolled it any better. Good touch there on the top. Salvi legged it out. Little topper. Flip that bat, get going. Headley does a good job of making that play. 113th infield hit by the Royals. That's 3rd best in the American League.
Now strike to Alex. Cessa hasn't had a big strikeout game. In fact, he's only struck out 2, and both times against Alex Gordon. No balls, 2 strikes. Got him to take a swipe at a tough pitch up and in. Fastball is high. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
By the way, that was Salvi's 4th infield hit.
This year or ever?
This year. That's a lot for him.
Two balls, 2 strikes.
All right, Alex, he sees this. Anything he wants to do there, just lay it out there, just let it roll. Maybe just roll. He could get Salvi to 3rd base if he doinks it.
And the count from 0-2 to 3-2. 82 pitches for Cessa, and they're loosening up now in the Yankee bullpen.
He hasn't been throwing a lot of fastballs in hitters' counts.
Didn't mean to make contact. And Cessa gets the out, but Salvador Perez moves up to 2nd base.
Been throwing that slider. Coming in, Cessa's, his slider has been his best pitch. The opponent's only hitting 148 off of that, so he's staying convicted with it.
Chasen Shreve, who got the final 2 outs last night, warming up in the Yankee bullpen. He had just been called up before the game last night. Now Paulo Orlando. He hit one right on the button last time up and lined out to Gardner in left field. Not a hittable pitch. 0-1. Paulo's also reached on an error and scored a run. Headley at 3rd. Paulo Orlando has hit 2 balls tonight that might be the 2 hardest hit balls, and both are outs. And how about that reaction time by Headley at 3rd?
And look at him, he's down low and just turned and just opened up his glove and it landed right in it. That would have scored Salvi with no problem. And Paulo would have traded places with Salvador Perez. Good swing. Headley better check the strings and the webbing of that glove. Might have stretched them out a little.
Gary Sanchez goes out to chat with Cessa. Alcides Escobar is coming up. Esky has doubled in a run. He has a 9-game hitting streak. He's driven in 8 and hit 2 home runs during that streak. And Raul Mondesi is on deck. There's an open base. Ball 1. Challenged him. 1 ball, 1 strike. Sliders outside, 2 balls and 1 strike. 88 pitches. And that's a season high, at least at the big league level, for Cessa.
Hicks, the right fielder, has 3 outfield assists. Gardner has 7 in left. Ellsbury 4 in center. Be close with Salvi running.
Called strike. 2-2.
Esky wasn't happy with that call.
And we'll do it again. Fastballs up, sliders away. That's the pattern from Cessa to Escobar in this at bat.
It's been a while since Escobar's gotten a booty knock. He needs one of those right here. A little slider off the plate here. Just keep the head on it, hands on it. Oh.
Out to Gregorius, and that's the inning. So he played 6, and the Royals lead is 1. Lottery. Every ticket you play gives back to schools across Missouri. So play it forward with the Missouri Lottery. By Menards. Save big money at Menards on all your home improvement needs. And by your Midwest Ford dealers. Visit your MidwestFordDealers.com. A one-run game. The Yankees scored 3 in the 6th inning after the Royals had an early 4-0 lead. Didi Gregorius hit a sac fly, and Starlin Castro hit a 2-run home run in the 3-run 6th. Chase Headley, the number 8 hitter, leads off. 2 balls and no strikes. 93 pitches thrown by Ian Kennedy, and the Royals have Scott Alexander warming up in the bullpen, who was just called up. Right to Mondesi. So Headley has lined out twice, and the one time he was jammed is when he got a hit.
Well, Headley came into the game 8 for 27 with 2 homers off of Kennedy, so he's on that ball. He's confident coming in. He's done nothing but square it up.
Here's Aaron Hicks, and he takes ball 1. Hicks has flied out twice. Minnesota Twins first-round pick in 2008, Aaron Hicks. He was their #1 prospect in 2009, 2010, and 2011. Three and 0. Three and 1 on Hicks. Left-hand batters coming up. Gardner on deck, and then Ellsbury. So this could be Ian's last batter. And that's ball 4. And here's Ned Yost to the stairs. So Kennedy was extra sharp in the first 4 innings. There's really only a couple of hard hit balls. Started falling behind in the 5th, allowed 3 runs in the 6th, and now a line out and a walk to the number 9 hitter, and the tying run is on with 1 out. Left-hand batters coming up, and Scott Alexander, just recalled from the minor leagues, is a Chevy call to the bullpen. Two base runners against Ian Kennedy in the first 4 innings, and then 6 in the last 2 1/3. Let's go to Jeff Montgomery. Money, what started happening in the 5th inning tonight?
Well, it seems to me a lot like the last start he had in Boston, where he just started missing with his fastball, unable to get really back into those counts. And he wasn't missing by a lot in a lot of them, but unfortunately ran his pitch count up, and then he became a little less effective. And as a result, you got to go to Alexander to get these lefties. But it seemed like he had better command of his off pitches tonight, particularly his curveball. We didn't see the strikeout, counts like we're normally seeing with Ian Kennedy. But just one of those nights where his fastball, he wasn't able to command it quite as good as he normally does.
Very odd for Ian to not have an outing with at least 1 strikeout with his fastball.
It is very odd, but you know what? When you're good, you find ways to keep your team in the game, and that's exactly what he's done.
Yep. So Scott Alexander recalled from AAA Omaha this afternoon. Second time he's been with the Royals this year.
You know, you're going to have nights where you don't have your best stuff, but you find a way. Alexander, sinker baller. 88 to 92, 93, slider changeup. Before this season, he lowered his arm angle so he could get a little bit more sink to his fastball.
Alexander's first tour with the Royals was from the middle of May to early June. He made 9 relief appearances before being sent back to AAA.
Hicks just has 3 steals. He's been caught 3 times. Alexander seems to be a little bit worried about him. Keep your focus on Gardner here.
Hicks is not running, and it's 2-0 on Gardner. Wade Davis pitched last night, 1 hit, 2 strikeouts for AAA Omaha, and he could rejoin the roster tomorrow, even though it's a day off with the rosters expanding in September and no corresponding roster move required. Gardner helped out Alexander there. I don't think that was a strike, and it's 2-1.
No, and Alexander needs to focus on staying down in the zone and working on that hitter. Don't care about that first base runner over there. First time out in an important game, he needs to try to stay on top of it and get that sinker down working. Haven't put it in play. Gardner, very quick runner. He's only grounded into 5 double plays. But don't take your focus off of him. There you go.
2-2. Gardner didn't appear to be happy with that call and talks it over with Jeff Kellogg. And that's why. That grid, by the way, is set up on the front edge of the plate. Three and 2.
Yep, I've heard umpires aren't the biggest fans of that grid that we show, but it just gives the fans an idea anyway. But so anything to help the viewing audience is good for me. Saw Richie Garcia in Detroit a couple weeks ago, longtime umpire. He said that they're a couple of inches off the plate either way. They're not downgraded. There's a blooper.
And the tying run will be at third base with 1 out. And again, Gardner appeared to help out Alexander. That did not look like it was a strike.
No, and it looks like Alexander's going to stay in. There's nobody warming up in the bullpen.
Ned Yost was very clear about the roster moves today, optioning out Christian Colon, Chin-Ming Wong placed on the disabled list, that the bullpen was in dire need of some fresh arms. So Alexander and Brooks Pounders were called up. First and third, one out to Jacoby Ellsbury. And he takes a fastball for a strike. Little pop up, not hit very high, and Cuthbert dives and he almost got it. How about that for an all-out effort? You can hear what the crowd thinks of that effort.
Yeah, and his glove hit the ground and it slowed it up a little bit. It kind of coiled it some, so he couldn't really get it open and let it slide underneath the ball.
You know, a little subtle thing about that too. Cuthbert had to go around Aaron Hicks. He had to alter his path to that ball just enough not to collide with Hicks, and that may have caught him.
Great try, though. Yeah, right here you're looking at it.
Around him and then to the ball. And who knows?
It's the kind of effort you like to see.
Dyson gets behind it. Hicks tags, and Dyson will just play it to second base. So the Yankees score 4 runs in the last 2 innings, and we are tied in the 7th inning. The 1-out walk turns into the tying run. And now it's Alexander and Gary Sanchez. Gardner has good speed, but you wouldn't expect him to be running here with Sanchez at the plate. Changeup is outside for ball 1. "11 home runs may not sound like a lot this late in the season, but he did that in his first 23 major league games. Yeah. That's a big league record.
Sure is.
Taking a look at a pitch, and the count is 1-1.
I wouldn't expect Girardi to send Gardner either. Does have 13 steals. He's only been caught twice. Quick, short, small guy, low to the ground, gets quick jumps, very, very fast.
One and two.
That's impressive. A right-handed hitter with numbers like that off the right-hander.
Chopped out to Cuthbert. Inning over. Yankees tie it. Stretch time at Kauffman Stadium. Deciding game of the series. And we're tied at 4. To the bottom of the 7th inning. Final game of the Royals-Yankees series. Deciding game of the series. Day off tomorrow. Then the Tigers will be in town. Walk-off sac fly for Tyler Collins. Tigers beat the White Sox 3-2 on our Panera scoreboard. Tigers have now won 8 of their last 10. Texas slips by Seattle by 13.
Yeah.
Good news on the wild card front, as Toronto has defeated Baltimore. Bad news in the division, as both Detroit and Cleveland win, and Minnesota has lost 13 in a row. Chasen Shreve takes over the bottom of the 7th inning. He came on with the bases loaded and 1 out in the bottom of the 10th last night, and the Royals down by 1. And he struck out Morales and got Salvador Perez to fly out to center field.
Hey, you know, you gotta credit what he did. He came right in throwing fastballs, and then he pulled out that split finger. He's got a nice little split finger slider.
It looked like he may have caught the Royals off guard, challenging them early in the count.
Right, and typically Royals are an aggressive team in the first few pitches. Overall, he's going to get a lot of guys to chase with that split finger. You don't see a lot of lefties that have those. It's not many right-handers have them either. It used to be the premium pitch, the split finger, but now it's evolved more into a sinker. More sinker ballers out there now. Less stress on the elbow.
This is the 4th time that Chasen Shreve has been called up to the Yankees. He has not pitched well. His earned run average is over 5. Mondesi pops it up. The wind will push it toward the crowd and off the roof of the dugout. Joe Girardi was put in a tough spot last night, where he had to go to his closer, Dellin Betances, in a non-save situation, and had to use him for 2 innings for the first time all year. So Betances was done, and he had to go to Ben Heller, who's a rookie, and Chasen Shreve, and they're the ones. It wasn't easy, but they're the ones that closed it out. Fastball just inside. Gary Sanchez looks over his left shoulder at home plate umpire Jeff Kellogg.
Well, Shreve wanted that, but it was off the grid. Doesn't necessarily mean it wasn't a strike. Mondesi 3-2 count, expecting fastball.
And that's low.
And that's a rally. You put him on.
So he took kind of a wild swing at a splitter that was down early, and then good plate discipline to work the leadoff walk.
It's just his 5th walk. So he's not a very patient hitter, but he can run 7 for 7. What happens now for Gerard Dyson is that Mondesi doesn't necessarily have to steal, but they know he can. It's going to give him some fastballs to hit.
Dyson shows bunt and takes ball 1. Showing bunt very late. I mean, with these two guys, it's going to be hard to turn a double play with Mondesi and Dyson. It's possible. And Dyson swung the bat well last night. He had 3 hits, and that included a triple. Dyson did not tip his hand as Shreve flipped it over to first base.
Well, then, you know, and then Dyson in that situation with a runner at second base stroked a nice single up the middle. Mondesi had to freeze because it was a line shot. Didn't want to get doubled up with no outs, and then you had first and third. See if Gerard swings the bat here.
He bunts foul.
But the situation last night when Mondesi was on, Mondesi stole second base, and then Dyson didn't butt him over. He swung, and he's got the ability to swing. He's trying to Stay
Is
on
there
top
such thing as a booty bunt?
Yeah.
I mean, he wasn't hanging in there.
So what you do is you just pull the bat back and take it. If it's a wild pitch like that, just pull it back.
Or with a bunt like that, you decide, okay, he's not comfortable in there against this lefty. Maybe our best shot is for him to swing away.
I would hope that he would swing away and take a chance. With Headley in at third base, Teixeira holding the runner on, there's multiple holes out there in the diamond for Gerard to stay on top of him and drive it.
To Headley, who looked to second and takes the sure out, so Dyson gets the job done. Scored 5-4 with the second baseman Castro over to cover. And a runner in scoring position with one out. Joe Girardi comes out to chat rather than his pitching coach Larry Rothschild, and you know what this is all about. Open base and a left-hand batter coming up in Eric Hosmer, but that open base putting another potential go-ahead run on with the meat of the order coming up. HUD got it. Our sprint trivia question: when David Cohn won Cy Young for the Royals in '94, which Yankee finished second?
Jimmy Key. Tough lefty. Had a great changeup, hard to hit. But, you know, had a very smooth delivery and had some deception in it. So hang with him.
Cuthbert swings over it. Chesler's 1 for 3 tonight. Royals took game 1 of the series 8-5 on Monday. They were 6 for 10 with runners in scoring position. Last night, even with the rally and tying it in the 8th inning, they were just 1 for 9. And so far tonight, 1 for 6 with a runner in scoring position. And a fastball down the middle. And how many times you see that happen? A hitter chases one out of the strike zone with one pitch and then gets over selective with the next one.
Yeah, it's too bad too. That's the one he wanted. Now he's going to get a little split finger. Castro, he's staying close to second. Keep Mondesi from going.
Had a play.
Mondesi, 21 years young, looks like he's measuring Shreve up. Looks like he's measuring him. He's bouncing out there. He looks like he's trying to pick a jump to go. But really, with 2 strikes on the hitter, and you're doing all that bouncing around out there, sometimes it's distracting to the hitter. You want to just stay quiet. Let him drive you in.
Inside, 1-2. Chesler's done quite well against left-hand pitching this year with his ability to go the other way. Mondesi goes, and they've got him picked off. Tagged out on the grass.
He's trying to measure him up, and Shreve, he saw it. He watched him. He knew that he was trying to time his jump, and he does the inside move perfect right on time. Had he went home, he would have been able to rip that off easily. Now he's been caught for his first time in his career. Way in there on the grass. Grass is awfully soft. We talked about the moisture and the rain here, but they replaced the divot nicely.
2-2.
So Chase and Shreve's done a good job. He's helped himself there. Didn't mean to walk him, but he ended up picking him off.
And now Cuthbert strikes out. And just like that, the inning is over. To the 8th in a 4-4 tie. Two innings. Scott Alexander came on in relief of Ian Kennedy and got the last 2 outs and now stays on for the 8th. Royals bullpen has been in the driver's seat, presented by Kia. 65 innings without allowing a home run. The only longer streak this year was a Royals streak back from early May to early June when they went over 100 innings without allowing a home run. No other team in Major League Baseball has a streak longer than 57 innings, and the Royals have 2 65 innings or longer.
Impressive.
Down and into Mark Teixeira. 1 ball, 1 strike.
This could be Mark Teixeira's last at bat at Kauffman Stadium. Look at how he rocks. He's got some rhythm. Hitters need rhythm before the pitch comes. Got to move. Back leg bending just a little. Bat wave. If you go from the dead standstill, you could be in trouble. You got to have something, some kind of movement so you can stay fluid and you can react quicker. See, he's even rocking off the front foot. Back knees bending just a little. Hand movement.
Escobar charges, throws, 1 away. Don't miss out on the last of 5 special bobbleheads for the season. That's Saturday with the Tigers in town. The first 20,000 fans to come through the gates receive the exclusive Salvi Splash bobblehead presented by Farmland. Royals.com, 1-800-6-ROYALS for tickets. One out to left-hand hitting Didi Gregorius. Escobar on the run, throws him out. Tougher play. Faster runner.
Love how he keeps that arm angle on top. Stays a lot straighter even on a play like that. This tough angle he's coming in. And then he's going to circle a little bit, throw off of that right leg, but on top, quick whipping action to the gold on gold.
So this was an outing that was made for Scott Alexander with a combination of left-hand batters and righties who have not done well against lefties. But now you have Starlin Castro coming up, who's hit a 2-run home run. And Ned Yost will go to Peter Moylan with 2 down, nobody on, 8th inning. Royals baseball is brought to you by your local Kansas City area Chevy dealers. Visit for great prices on the all-new 2016 Malibu. By Panera Bread, food as it should be with 24 KC Metro locations. And by Academy Sports and Outdoors, right stuff, low price every day. That little girl has been into this game since the first inning. She must have had a good nap today.
Yeah, I mean, he didn't have to entertain her now.
Wearing her green onesie on Irish Heritage Night.
She's beautiful. All right.
Starlin Castro, 2 outs, nobody on. 1 ball, 1 strike. He has the biggest Yankees hit. Peter Moylan worked 2/3 of an inning last night, retiring Aaron Judge and Tyler Austin to begin the 8th inning. That allowed a base hit to Brett Gardner.
Right, he's just hitting 230. That sinker slider combination is tough for him. Tough on him. Hitting the top of the ball. Uh-oh.
Castro is on with 2 outs. And that's going to force Ned Yost to make another pitching change.
That's too bad. That would have got him out of the inning.
So an error on Cuthbert.
Cuthbert looked up a click too soon. He looked up before the ball got in his glove. Just took his eye off of it. Looking to first base and didn't see it in his glove.
It'll be Brian Flynn to face Brian McCann. Telecast is presented by authority of the Kansas City Royals and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. The accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Kansas City Royals Baseball Club. Ryan Lefevre, Rex Hudler with Joel Goldberg and Jeff Montgomery. And here's Brian Flynn for a 3rd consecutive game. Now, before last night, Flynn had not pitched in back-to-back games, and now he's pitching in 3 straight games. The other side of that is he's only thrown 30 pitches in the first 2 appearances.
That helps, but he's been excellent. Look at those splits, lefties and righties, under 200 both of them. Big lefty. He's got a hard sinking fastball and a good breaking slider. Occasional changeups when he needs it. But I can guarantee you, pitching coach Dave Island told these relievers before the game, hey guys, you know where we are. It's been a tough grind here this month, but let's finish strong. We got an off day tomorrow, so be prepared. We might come to you. So they're all ready to go.
Ryan McCann is 0 for 3. Castro's at first base with 2 outs. He reached on an error, and McCann hits it high in the air Long run for 2 Royals. Mondesi at the tarp. He's got it. He started to recoil as he approached the tarp. And Flynn, pitching in 3 straight games, gets the final out of the 8th inning.
Great focus. That's not easy. That young man's got skills.
Bottom of the 8th inning. Eric Hosmer, Kendrys Morales, Salvador Perez, Chasen Shreve on the mound. The Yankees do have a right-hander warming up in the pen, so this could be the only batter that Shreve faces. You know, Kendrys Morales on deck would like another shot at him.
Sure would. And you know, he's got a funky arm angle. You know, it's almost a 3/4 sidearm, so really difficult for Hosmer. He wants to keep the shoulder in and try to shoot it to left field. That's his strength anyway. Good try.
Hosmer homered back in the 3rd inning. His 19th, tying his career high from his rookie year. It was way inside. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
The fastball is out of the middle of the plate. Haas behind it, but you know, had enough strength and got the backspin and allowed to carry over the 330. And there you go. That's he will pull the ball, but he's such good with his long arms and reaching out and getting those arms extended, lets the ball get deep to the strike zone and to the catcher's glove, and is able to unload.
And when he homered, the Royals had scored in 3 straight innings and led 4-0. Looked like we were on our way to a laugher.
Yeah.
The Royals have not scored since the 3rd.
Luis Cessa settled in.
2nd strikeout for Shreve. And Joe Girardi is going to leave Shreve in there to face Kendrys Morales. I'm going to make a very bold prediction.
Okay.
Kendrys Morales is not going to take 2 fastballs for strikes this time around against Chasen Shreve. Maybe that's not so bold.
And then chase the slider in the dirt, or I think it was a split finger.
Two down. Now we'll see what Girardi does with Salvador Perez coming up. We got Salvi coming up, and then Gordon, another left-hand batter. And Joe Girardi and Larry Rothschild talk strategy, and Rothschild's going to go out and see what Shreve and Sanchez have in mind and compare notes. While they talk, we'll talk about our next series, the Taminia Mazda game break. Tigers have won 8 of their last 10. Friday night, Saturday night, Sunday afternoon. And the Royals have a winning record this year against the Tigers. Danny Duffy, Anibal Sanchez Friday. Giordano Ventura, Michael Fulmer on Sunday. And then Dylan G and Derek Norris on Sunday.
Tigers were going pretty good when the Royals got there on the 15th of August. And they pitched, they hit, and they defended and swept them.
Daniel Norris on Sunday. Not to be confused with the Kansas-born catcher, Derek Norris. 1 ball, no strikes. Like the Royals' chances if Derek Norris is pitching on Sunday instead of Daniel Norris.
That's all right.
Maybe it's wishful thinking.
It happens, partner. Salvi waiting for the 1 out over the middle. Good job of chasing Shreve to keep the sinker down, sliders down, split finger.
Strike, and it's 1-1.
Okay,
1-2.
Back-to-back split fingers. He's confident with it. Look at that. That pitch there, you split that ball between the fingers, comes out tumbling and has some downward action. Good spot there. He threw that one for a strike. Now he's gone 2 in a row. I wouldn't be surprised if he didn't throw it again. Better be careful with it. Yeah, that's where he wants to bury it. Salvi's looking up.
Outside, 3 balls, 2 strikes.
Salvi with 20 homers, half of them have come off of lefties. And 6 of those 20 home runs have come in the 8th inning or later. So he's due.
Adam to Chase. Chasin against Chasin.
He's got a great first name. It's working.
Creative, I'm telling you.
Yeah, we were trying to talk Salvi into hitting a homer so Herrera could come right in here and close it down. But didn't happen.
So hip Herrera will pitch the 9th inning, try and get the Royals into a position for a walk-off. Kelvin pitched Monday night, and it was the first 4-out save of his career, getting the last out of the 8th and then pitching the 9th. He is 10 for 10 in save opportunities since Wade Davis went on the disabled list. His job tonight is to get it with the score tied to the bottom of the 9th. You'll get Chase Headley, Aaron Hicks, both switch hitters, and then left-hand hitting Brett Gardner.
They all know what's coming, believe me. Hard mid-90s, upper 90s fastball. Change up at 88 to 90. Slider, good one. All three of them above average. Speaking of average, hitters and opponents only hit 202 off of him.
Breaking ball for a strike. 0-2 on Chase Headley. The Yankees have a chasin' and a chase.
Well, Chasin had the Royals chasing, but for a hitter to have a name Chase, you could hear the crowd at certain ballparks saying, "You chase all night, Chase. Chase the next one."
Good name for a pitcher, not so much for a hitter.
Right. He's a veteran. He's heard them all. Especially in New York when we went there in Maine, he didn't have an extra base hit.
Hitting 163 when that series began.
That was tough.
No extra base hits and 2 RBIs.
Yeah, tough start.
That was the second week of May. Herrera got a glove on it. One down in the 9th.
Chase has hit the ball hard 4 times tonight. Got 1 hit to show for it.
Aaron Hicks walked in the 7th, and I wonder if we were to ask Ian Kennedy, you could have one hitter back tonight, who would it be? You could point to Castro's 2-run home run in the 6th inning, but that was his 19th home run. I wonder if it would be the 1-out walk to Aaron Hicks in the 7th. Number 9 hitter hitting .214, and that resulted in the game-tying run.
Yep. Well, the homers, they hurt, but so do the walks.
Chopped out to Escobar. 2 down. Follow Royals baseball live on your phone and tablet with MLB.com at bat. You'll stay up to the moment with Game Day, video highlights, StatCast, bilingual access, split views, radio broadcasts, and more.
And Aaron Hicks, as he was about halfway down the line, he slowed up, digging hard. Uh-oh, something grabbed him. Slow walk, Steve Donahue, long time trainer. Head athletic trainer.
'38th consecutive season in the Yankees organization.
How about that? He was my trainer when I was there a long time ago. AAA. Good guy. Took over for Gene Monahan, who was there for at least 35 years on. And they still have him on as a consultant.
That's low. 1-1 on Gardner. Gardner had a big game last night. He was on base 5 times. Tonight, 1 time. Fastball at 97, and Herrera jumps ahead 1-2. The Royals in the bottom of the 9th will have Gordon, Orlando, and Escobar. We saw the lefty Tommy Lane warming up. Chopped out to Cuthbert. In time, the Royals have a chance to walk off and win this series. Alex Gordon will lead off. A 4-4 tie to the bottom of the 9th.
Game, it's Miller time, brought to you by Miller Lite. Paulo Orlando having a tough night. Man, he's been squaring that ball up. I mean to tell you, look at the hit speed off of his bats tonight. Second at bat, and I'm telling you now, he's been all over it. He's due for some luck. It's bound to happen. Maybe this will be the inning. Fans are getting up. They're trying to help their guys out.
Aaron Judge replaces Aaron Hicks, who came limping off the field in the top of the 9th inning. And Tommy Lane is out of the Yankee bullpen for a 3rd straight game.
And he's a sinker baller. He's done a nice job this year. 47th appearance. Hitters only hit .227. He's a sinker, slider, changeup guy. He's got a good cut fastball. Into righties, away from lefties.
Two 2-0 on Alex.
Yep. Fans here at the K know how important every single game is. Looking for their 8th straight series.
Alex faced Lane on Monday night and reached on a fielder's choice. 3 straight sliders. That's the first one in for a strike, and it's 2-1. Now Tommy Lane has not pitched in 3 consecutive games this year. So what does he have in the tank? He might only see Alex. Gardner waits in left field, and there's 1 out.
That's the right idea. Good swing. Just got under it. If he stays on top of it, could have been a gapper. And that's what's going to happen. Look at that. Sidewind and curve in it right down the middle of the plate. Great approach there for Gordo. No luck.
Adam Warren We'll get Paulo Orlando when we come back. That guy is in the zone. He's also on the karate cam.
Whoa. He's got some moves. He looks like he could be taking some taekwondo or something.
Got his rally cap on.
Yeah, he's focusing. That's what Paulo's going to do here.
Adam Warren pitched in game 1 on Monday.
How about those reverse splits there? Lefties aren't doing much off him. It's the righties that are tagging him.
He faced 2 batters, gave up a single and a double, so he has not recorded an out in this series. Fouled away by Paulo Orlando. You could walk up to Paulo right now and say, Paulo, Adam Warren, what do you know? And he'll say, I hit my first major league home run off of Adam Warren. That was at Yankee Stadium late May of last season.
Low to mid-90s fastball. Slider. Curve and change. Now he had all 4 of those when he was in the rotation earlier, but out of the pen mainly fastball slider. It's time for a pow. Royals have 8 walk-offs this year, looking for 9.
Outside 2-1. Paulo has had a tough luck 0 for 3 tonight.
And we showed you how hard he's been barreling that up in our right before the inning started there, and you know he just needs to keep his swing short, hoping that Warren will leave him a fastball like he just threw him out over the middle of the plate. Make a mistake, fall in there.
Ellsbury charging, and catches up to it.
Ooh, man, I thought that was going to drop, but Ellsbury showing his closing speed. Very nice play. He had plenty of room if he had to leave his feet.
Ball 1 to Alcides Escobar. He drove in a run with a double in the 2nd inning.
Third baseman Chase Headley, he's playing no doubles. He's right on the bag at third and wanted Escobar to slip one by him there.
2-0. Looks like it'll be Brooks Pounders to pitch the 10th inning if we get that far, and the Yankees will have Ellsbury, Sanchez, and Teixeira. Line to left, sinking. Gardner slides on his knees and takes up some turf. So for a second straight night, we go to extra innings with the Yankees. And for a second straight night, into extra innings in a 4-4 tie. Extra innings are brought to you by Jack Link's Beef Jerky all season long. Jack Link's Beef Jerky, feed your wild side. A 4-4 tie to the 10th inning. Same situation as last night. The Yankees went ahead in the 10th last night. That was against Joakim Soria. Brooks Pounders, like Scott Alexander, just called up from the minor leagues before the game tonight. He pitched 4 games for the Royals earlier this year. Kelvin Herrera made just 12 pitches in the 9th. He will not come out for the 10th. He did have a 4-out save in game 1 of the series on Monday.
I think Ned might be just a little bit cautious with him and say, hey, look, you know, he did what I wanted him to do, and now I'm going to do what I expect Pounders to do. 6'4", 220, pound the strike zone. Look at there, some 95, low to mid-90s, slider, changeup.
Hard slider.
Yeah, look at that. That's a nice late life there. ERA high because he had a couple of bad innings in his. When he came up here, he had 2 innings where he got roughed up a little bit, pumped that ERA up high, but he's good. He stays down in the zone.
Strike over the outside. Ellsbury tied the game with a sac fly in the 7th inning. He scored a run in the 6th. The Royals, after 3 innings tonight, had a 4-0 lead. They have not scored since the 3rd. The Yankees, who did very little against Ian Kennedy in the first 5 innings, scored 3 in the 6th, and then the sac fly in the 7th to tie it. Mondesi, good drop step to get a big hop, and takes care of Ellsbury.
Better believe it. He's excellent. Been a long time shortstop in his career so far, but he's over here playing second base for the Royals, doing a great job. Has a great aptitude for the game. He's agile, very quick, great range, soft hands, cannon for an arm. He's got a great future ahead of him. Good play there. Young stallion. Let him go. Let him run. Let him play.
That hard slider. Sanchez thought he had a fastball, and that Ball took a severe left turn on him.
It's a big opportunity for Pounders here, right in the middle of their order.
Same pitch, taken for a strike. 0-2.
Okay, nothing too good here.
Just got a piece of it.
He's got him leaning out over now. The 3 straight sliders. Maybe you pump a hard heater in on him. Salvi looks like he's going to stay away from it. Doesn't want to take a chance of missing in there. Not in this time of the game. Oh, beauty.
2 down in the 10th.
Great spot.
A great baseball name. Brooks Casey Pounders.
Yeah, we've been talking about some great names here tonight. We got the chasing. Pounders. Pound that strike zone.
Changeup is outside. We learned quite a bit about Brooks when he was first called up. And one thing we learned was that his father, Brad, drafted by the Padres, was traded to New York. They left him off the 40-man roster, and he said, I'll call it a career. We had Brad here at Kauffman Stadium in early July when Brooks got his first big league win, and proud Papa had tears running down his face.
Sure did. It was a special moment.
Three and 2.
Teixeira, he's waiting him out.
In the bottom of the 10th, the Royals will have Mondesi, Dyson, and Cuthbert. Pounded off of Teixeira's foot. Or inside of his ankle. $22,615 here tonight. Struck him out. Brooks Pounders, called up earlier today, gets through the Yankees 2, 3, and 4 hitters with 2 strikeouts.
Oh man, good focus. An excellent slider. Way to come back down.
The bottom of the 10th. Updated wild card. The Royals can make it 2 games back where they were before last night's game if they can beat the Yankees. The Tigers have tied the Orioles for that second wild card spot. The Astros, who won tonight, are 1 game back. It's an Omaha Storm Chasers t-shirt.
Like it, fans.
Blake Parker. He pitched on Monday night, and the Royals scored 3 runs on 3 hits against him in a third of an inning. He gave up the 3-run home run to Alcides Escobar.
Sinking fastball, low to mid 90s. Slider change. Little change up, split finger.
Outside to Mondesi. Twice Mondesi has led off in this series. Led off an inning, and both times he reached. Hit by a pitch and walked. Fastball, 1 ball, 1 strike. Hit by the pitch in the bottom of the 10th inning last night. And here he is leading off the bottom of the 10th tonight. He got to third base with nobody out. And Ben Heller and Chasen Shreve buckled down to hang on for the Yankees. Fastball, 1 ball, 2 strikes. Royals had a 4-0 lead at the end of 3. They have not scored since the 3rd. The Yankees tied it in the 7th.
A lot of gyrations there by Parker. Trying to lull the hitter, Mondesi, to sleep there. Watch him when he gathers. Holds that ball with a little split finger grip just to show the hitter, hey, I got one of those.
Got him looking at a fastball.
Man, last 2 pitches were fat heaters right there. I don't know what he's waiting for. Just got him.
It took over 5 hours last night, if you include the rain delay, to get a decision between the 2 teams. And we're over 3 hours tonight. Royals have a day off tomorrow. Breaking ball got away from him. Yankees will have a late night, and they will fly to Baltimore, but they as well have tomorrow off.
Well, the Royals, remember how bitter that tasted last night, staying late into the morning, early into the morning, and they don't want that same taste again. They've got to do something. Pressure. Get on base.
1-1 on Dyson. Dyson and Mondesi maybe aren't picking up that fastball.
His secondary pitches, he hasn't been able to throw them for strikes, so you've got to look for heater.
Two and 1 on Dyson. 0 for 2 tonight. On with a walk. And he's also put down a sacrifice bunt. Up the left field line, slicing away from Gardner, and he runs it down. Ooh, Gardner's had a great series in left field.
Sure has. On contact, I mean, maybe even before contact, he was heading towards that left field line. That would have stayed fair had he not caught him. Look at that, plenty of speed. Good concentration and a big catch for him. Set on that fastball.
Strike one on Cuthbert. He is 1 for 4 with a first inning single. Two good fastballs down and away.
Good spots. Comfortable chair there.
Teixeira into foul ground, stumbling a bit, and that's the inning. So we will play at least 11. Tied at 4.
Tied up extras. It all got started here with Kendrys Morales driving in 2 runs with his 2-run homer. 22nd on the year. Hosmer in the 3rd inning. He hits his 19th down the left field line. That was a solo shot. Then it's the Yankees coming back. Kennedy laid one out there for Castro, and he drilled it. His 19th. 7th inning. Sac fly. Got under it. That's all he wanted. Scored Hicks from 3rd base. And there we are. Brooks Pounder is in for his 2nd inning.
And he was impressive in the 10th inning. Getting Ellsbury, Sanchez, and Teixeira. 2 strikeouts. Slider is hard and breaking late tonight.
Yeah, that's good. Let's hope he can get another inning out of him.
Gregorius is 0 for 3. He had a sac fly in the Yankees' 3-run 6th inning.
Solid season he's having. He's going to have a 20 home run year. Tester.
Dyson got a good break. 1 out. As always, extra innings are brought to you by Jack Link's beef jerky all season long. Jack Link's, feed your wild side.
It's making me a little bit hungry. Another great sign. Is there any magic left?
Inside to Starlin Castro. He showed you his 2-run home run in the 6th inning. And what was a 3-run 6th. 2 balls and no strikes. 19 home runs for Starlin Castro, after hitting 11 last year.
Good hitters count here. Keep it down. There you go.
Home runs is a career high for Castro by 5. He had never hit more than 14, and he was going for it all right there and almost spun himself into the ground.
Got the pitch to do it on. This ball was elevated. Yep. Hips fly before the hands come through the zone, and sometimes you lose your grip or your footing.
Way out in front. Royals have used Kennedy, Alexander, Moylan, Flynn, Herrera, and this is the second inning for Pounders. Impressive and foul. That was like a slow pitch softball swing.
Yeah, it was, but it was a flat slider that was up in the zone. There, it was saying hit me. Fortunately, it was in. Ball's out over the plate. He might have gotten enough of that, but get back to that outer part of the zone.
And that stayed up and in. Dyson, long run. Dyson is there. Pounders got away with a huge mistake there. Salvi was down and away with that target. That was up and in.
Right.
You know, you hear it after a game sometimes said, well, you know, he only made one mistake.
Right.
And really what they're saying is he was only hurt by one mistake. Pitchers make mistakes all throughout the game. It's just how many times they're hurt.
Right.
So if Castro hits that ball out, we're talking about a mistake that he made. But because he didn't hit it out, no one's going to bring up that that was a mistake pitch.
That's exactly right. You know, but still
2-1.
Yeah, that's a good point. You're winning tonight.
I'm not looking for great points, though. That's just a good point.
No, you're right. I mean, there are a lot of mistakes made, but hitters get themselves out, and so you could say a hitter made a mistake by not barreling. But the game's tough. Comes to square in that round ball up with a round bat. Causes headaches and mental anguish. Both sides, pitchers and hitters.
Broken bat and a catch by Mondesi. 2 scoreless innings for Brooks Pounders. He and Scott Alexander were called up before the game tonight, and they pitched 3 1/3 scoreless
With no mistakes.
In a 4-4 tie. Royals had a 4-0 lead at the end of 3. They got 2 home runs in the first 3 innings.
There you go. They met that ball. Morales, that slider went a long way here at the K. 3rd inning, it was Haas saying, all right, you're going to go away. I'll take you away. Slice that left field foul ball. Let's see if they can find some magic here. It's Hosmer and Morales.
This is the 2nd inning for right-hander Blake Parker. He's had good location with his fastball.
Yep, and that pitch is working for him. The others aren't. He hasn't thrown one secondary pitch for a strike.
Right to Gregorius. He was playing the middle. 1 down in the 11th. Up next for the Royals is a big weekend series with the Tigers. Friday and Sunday's games will be here on Fox Sports Kansas City. Saturday night on FS1. You can always stream the Royals at Fox Sports Go. Kendrys Morales with 1 out, nobody on. It's late in the season, so guys are wearing down just by nature of all the games. But the Royals had a late night flying on Thursday from Miami to Boston. They had a very late night on Sunday flying from Boston back to KC, and now back-to-back extra inning games. So this is a mental test as much as it is a physical test.
Sure is. Plus Ned Yost is a man down on his bench tonight. And Lorenzo Cain. No low Cain in the lineup. He's got Billy Burns, can pinch run if he elects to. 3-0. Got to take a strike here. See if he can get a guy out there, especially if you got a guy like Burns who can steal a bag. Okay. Is that ball 4?
You know, it might have been, and it's easy to say, you know, he didn't have a very good swing at that pitch, but you know, the Royals don't appear to be seeing his fastball very well. Mondesi took a called 3rd strike. Dyson took a couple of fastballs for strikes. So maybe you have to credit Parker with a deceptive fastball tonight. Right. And now it's 3-2. He didn't have much of a deceptive fastball in game 1 on Monday night, as the Royals scored 3 runs on 3 hits. They had a walk, a home run, and did all of that in 1/3 of an inning against Parker.
Going to challenge him.
Ball skipped up to Headley, the 3rd baseman, who's on the right side of second base. Parker made contact. At least it scored that way. Nope, it hit the mound. It was scored 1-5-3. That'll be changed to 5-3.
Well, you know, that's all you can do is hit it hard, and sometimes you get to hit it into the shift. But there's one thing that Salvi's been learning watching, is that his fastball is the one he's going to now.
Ooh, hit him. It was a breaking ball.
Well, he hasn't had control of that pitch since he's been in, Parker. Looked like it missed him. Obviously, if it catches any skin at all on his face, he wouldn't be able to jump up like that, but like it might have hit him in his shoulder. But it looked awfully close. That's head high, but he's able to duck. Yeah, got him on the shoulder there.
So two things happen right here. Number one, the Royals get the winning run on base with 2 outs. Number two, the Yankees get Salvador Perez out of the game. Billy Burns runs for him. Is reading that move just fine. 77% success rate in his career.
And he had 14 with Oakland. Has not stolen a base for the Royals yet.
He's going. Got a good jump. Pitch was low to Sanchez. And Burns stays on the bag with some dangerous footwork slash handwork. Going in with his hand, standing up with his hand on the bag, and then shifting over to his foot.
Could be a timely first steal for the Royals. Good takeaway. High throw by Sanchez. Stays on the base all the way. Gregorius kept that ball from going into center field. Look at that. He wanted that bag. Gregorius had the tag all over him. 15th bag on the year. Sure makes it easy when you're a runner at second base and there's 2 outs. That way you can react on anything, hit, contact, get you a good secondary lead, and you're off to the races. Don't have to worry about freezing on a liner. Just hoping for a well-placed ball by the hitter Gordon.
So what will they do here? Alex as a hitter is a threat to the Yankees. Alex as a runner is not. The winning run is at second base, and there's an open base. And Paulo Orlando, right-hand batter, is on deck.
Yep, we'll see what they want to do. They've got a few options, but Royals, they don't care who's hit. They just want to get that job done. It's all about it. Bottom line. Gordon, he's struggled all year with runners in scoring position, just hitting 159. I imagine that's part of their thinking of staying with the righty versus lefty.
Down and away, 2 balls and no strikes.
Alex hit that ball to left field. He looks a lot better with his swings, using the whole field. Hasn't been pulling off the ball like he did for the first part of the season.
Two and one.
Went back with it. So Alex Gordon, last 20 games, hitting .324, 4 doubles, 6 homers, 11 RBIs, and it's the split finger. Sometimes, you know, you throw that split finger off the plate like that, and you get a little cue shot, a doinker. That's how you get those little bleeders.
Stayed with it again.
Burns gets in back of the bag so we can cut that corner at third a little bit sharper.
A walk, and now it's 2 on for Paulo Orlando. With 2 down and nobody on, a hit batter and a walk. The Yankees have given the Royals 2 base runners, and now Paulo Orlando with a tough luck 0 for 4. 2 of his outs, you couldn't hit him any harder when he lined to left in the 3rd inning and then lined to 3rd in the 6th. And both of those lineouts came with a runner in scoring position. Paulo, for most of the year, has been the Royals' best hitting with runners in scoring position. Oh, 0-1.
Blake Parker has had excellent command with that fastball. He's putting it exactly where he wants it. That's the reason that he's been able to go through the Royals. He split fingers to Alex. Obviously, he didn't want any part of him. He was just throwing those out, hoping that Alex would get himself out. This is the matchup they wanted.
Burns to 3rd. 1 ball, 1 strike. Now, that's important because obviously pass ball, wild pitch. But with Paulo Orlando's speed, he's more than able of reaching with an infield single. And so that gives the Royals more options to get Burns in.
Great point. 3-1 you.
And now Alex runs. 1 and 2 on Paulo.
Now that takes the force away at second base on any ball hit. Gives Paulo a chance to beat that infield hit out if he can't square it up. By the way, Paulo has 17 infield hits this season.
Still 1 and 2. The Royals have not scored since the 3rd inning. They have 1 hit since the 3rd inning. And that was an infield hit by Salvador Perez, of all Royals, in the 6th. Blake Parker, I'm sure, has family and friends here from Fayetteville, Arkansas, about 330 miles south of KC, out of the University of Arkansas.
Fastball coming. Oh, I mean, he's not missing. He's staying on the out of the half. If he misses an inch or 2 on the inside part of the plate there, he can get him. But that pitch is hittable. Paulo's just missing it.
And that splitter was fading away from Alex Gordon, the left-hand batter. It will fade in to Paulo Orlando,
depending on where he puts it.
Line right to Castro. Paulo Orlando, what did he do before the game tonight? Did he break a mirror? Did he walk under a ladder?
Oh, no.
Did he play with a black cat?
Oh, man, I'm going to tell you what. Now, that's the first mistake he's made with it, and he gets away. Better go to him.
4-4 tie to the 12th inning. Man, Paulo Orlando has lined out 3 times tonight.
Yeah, it's just a case of some bad luck. That's all that is. Your goal as a hitter is to put the ball in play as hard as you can. And look, he's got some great hit speeds. That's the modern metrics you're seeing there in today's game. Hit speed. Now the average is about 70 for the average hitter that hits him and makes good contact. But when you really square it up, especially off a guy who throws so hard, you're going to get more of an impact off of the bat. Now, in days before these metrics came out, you're a defender out there and you're an infielder and you're getting balls hit at you at 100+. You know that's an above average ball that's hit, but now we're able to time it and it brings it a little better picture to the fans. I like that particular stat. Now some people don't, and that's okay, but having been on the other side of that defense and having missiles hit at you like that, it's nice to know how hard those balls are actually hit.
Chris Young on for the 12th inning. Chris Young had not pitched in back-to-back games all year, and he did it on the road trip, and he was going to do it last night. He was warming up in the bullpen and ready to come in as Headley. Now Headley is the opposite of Paulo Orlando. Headley, he's been jammed a couple of times and has hits, in addition to lining out twice. So at least for him, it's evened out.
Right. So the key is it's not how hard you hit it, it's where you hit it. And look, it's overrated sometimes hitting it hard.
As the Royals were rallying in the bottom of the 10th inning last night, down by 1, there goes Headley. And they run on Drew Butera, and it's a stolen base. If the Royals had tied the game in the 10th inning last night, we expected them to win. But if they had tied it, Chris Young was ready to come in.
5th steal on the year, and it's an occasional base stealer, but against Chris Young, you're going to be able to get a good time to run on. 6'10". He doesn't have a good slide step to cut down the time, and so most runners are going to run on him, and he never pays any mind to him. He's got to concentrate on getting his fastball slider in the places that he allows a lot of pop-ups when he's going good.
1-1 on Aaron Judge. This is his first at bat of the night. He took over in the 9th for Hicks, who, while running out a ground ball, limped off the field. 1-2. Ned Yost said before the game that the Royals needed arms in the bullpen badly, and wouldn't you know, we're in the 12th inning and this is the 7th pitcher. Strike 3 to Judge.
And just locked him up. I don't know what he was looking for, but the Judge got to go. Good pitch by Young, stayed right down in the zone.
And now Brett Gardner with a runner at second base and 1 out. Good numbers. That would tell me he's a good high ball hitter.
He's got a good level swing. He knows his ability, puts the ball in play.
See him right before that pitch was thrown. He took a little glance over to the right side of the infield.
He's had a tremendous 2 games out of the 3-game series, especially defensively. Man, has he been good. He's saved some runs out there for the Yankees. I mean, good jumps, direct routes, and can hit.
Base hit right field. Headley will be held. And the Royals are fortunate that he was held. because the Yankees would have the lead if Headley went to the plate. So it's a single, and Gardner goes to second on the throwing error by Paulo Orlando.
Slippery ball. Paulo let it go and it flew. Even 6'10" Chris Young, who was backing up, couldn't catch it, and they were fortunate that this ball bounced and kicked off the wall in the right direction, or else Headley would have been able to walk home.
So now they talk about what to do with a base open. Ellsbury coming up, a left-hand hitter. And it looks like they're going to put him on.
Yep.
So a good hitter, but a young hitter who's never seen Chris Young waits on deck. And the Royals have done a good job in this series of getting Sanchez to chase several pitches out of the strike zone, which bodes well for Chris Young and his slider.
And a little pop up in the infield would work. Now the best would be a double play, but he's only induced 3 ground ball double plays this season. He's a fly ball pitcher, only 1 all of last year. He had a lot more innings. So he's hoping for the pop up here or the strikeout. Chris Young has 83 strikeouts in 80 innings. So he's got that ability.
Slider, strike 1. And that might be, we hope it is, the most hittable pitch that Sanchez sees in this at bat. I would imagine sliders down and in the dirt, and Sanchez has never gotten a runner in from third with less than 2 outs. 1 ball, 1 strike.
So the infielders, look at that good shift of the glove there, keeping it in front. That's very proper. You know, so it depends on how he hits the ball, what the infielders will do with it. If it's hard hit at one of them, they'll roll it up. If it's soft hit, they'll try to get the run at home.
Ooh, we've got Butera. It also puts Sanchez in the hole, 1 ball, 2 strikes. He is flexing his right hand.
Sitting there dangling, and man, it cut right,
man,
flush, right off the knuckles. That's almost like going out in your garage and getting your hammer and whacking your knuckles. That's what that feels like now, and it doesn't feel good. Now Butera, he's toughing it out, but you know, you can see the hand before the pitch was struck. It was hanging there. A lot of catchers will put that hand right behind their knee there, just to protect it like that. Let's see if he does that here.
Man, he's gonna have a tough time if he's gonna have to throw.
It's tough. Execute.
2-2. Slider up, slider in the dirt. Slider up, slider in the dirt.
Yep. Chest up, block that ball, keep it right in front of you. Try to get Sanchez to chase. And it's effective for a possible double play. Butera, he's going to call time, and mainly just to get some feel back in his knuckles, I'm sure. Those fingers. Let's take a look at this. See that hand just sitting there waiting? Just a small little tick off of the bat and the tip of his glove. And that's an ouch.
Still 2-2.
Young, definitely it's his biggest and most important batter of the season right here.
Line caught by Cuthbert.
What goes around comes around. All right, Chris Young. He'll take the out any way he can get him. Pitch by pitch sequence will show you. Fastball, strike one. Another heater down there. No, that's the one that really hurt now. Breaking ball. Up, look at where he's pitching him. That ball was right in the middle there. Ooh. Got away with it.
And now ball 1-2 Teixeira.
2 at-bats ago, I said this could be Teixeira's last at-bat in Kauffman Stadium. Man, was I wrong.
Not many hits, but 2 of the hits were home runs against Chris Young. And now it's 2-0. After that battle with Sanchez, which you said was his most important hitter of the season, perhaps. Now 3-0 to Teixeira with 2 outs. 3-1.
So Teixeira's saying, I'll take that one again. And hope if he does, the defense is lined up properly.
Might have been ball 4. Who knows?
Oh, yeah.
Chris Young with runners at first and third and 1 out gets out of it.
Woo! Rally time.
Last night, and what the 2 games have in common is you have one team jumping out to an early lead, the other team rallying late, A lot of missed opportunities tonight. One team jumps out to an early lead. The other team rallies back, and more missed opportunities.
Just another way baseball is one of the greatest games ever, man. You just never know in this game. You can hit the ball hard 3-4 times up and not have anything to show for it. Pull your hair out going there, and then the next time up, get a doinker for a game-winning hit. That's coming this inning.
Yeah, and Ben Heller will pitch the bottom of the 12th inning. Now, he was the pitcher last night who started the 10th. He hit Raul Mondesi. Then Dyson singled, and the Royals had runners at second and third and nobody out. And then Heller had a long battle with Lorenzo Cain and struck him out. He walked Eric Hosmer and then turned the ball over to Shreve. Fastball at 96. No balls and 1 strike on Escobar.
Ben Heller, good sinking fastball, slider, split finger.
To Castro. Escobar is out, number 1. Coming up after the game, Boulevard Royals Live with Joel and Monty. Another late Boulevard Royals Live. It took over 5 hours last night, including the rain delay. And we're coming up on 4 hours tonight. 4-hour 7-minute game last night with a 59-minute rain delay. Broken bat, and that's a foul ball.
Heller, heavy sinking fastball. Call it heavy because he throws it hard, and when it's working effectively, you break bats like that right off the end. Scott Erickson, Minnesota Twins, had the heaviest sinker I ever had to face. And when you hit that ball at the end of your bat, it feels like you just hit a 8-pound shot put.
0-2. Heller's pitching with a little more conviction tonight. Another broken bat. 2 down.
Bowling ball sinker.
Dyson singled to center last night against Heller. Tonight he's 0 for 3, including a walk and a sacrifice bunt, and lost a hit on one of Brett Gardner's fine plays in this series. That was in the 10th inning with 1 out. Gardner running to the line and taking what was probably going to be a triple by Dyson if it gets past Gardner.
Another Yankee pitcher with a split finger. It was off.
Two and 0. Mentioned it last inning. The Royals have not scored since the 3rd inning. And they have 1 hit since the 3rd inning. And that was an infield single by the last guy you'd expect to get an infield single. Salvador Perez.
Yep, that's amazing.
So since the 3rd, an infield single in the 6th, a walk in the 7th, a hit batter and a walk in the 11th. That sums up the Royals offense since their 4-0 lead in the 3rd inning. Dyson up the middle. Gregorius, good play, off balance throw, and he got him. So we go to the 13th.
Great play.
Falling backward.
Unbelievable.
In the division, Detroit walked off Chicago, and Cleveland beat Minnesota. Minnesota has lost 13 in a row. As far as the wild card goes, Seattle lost, Boston won, Houston won, and the team that was leading the wild card, Baltimore, lost. So now Baltimore and Detroit are tied for that second spot. Boston has a 2-game advantage for the top spot in the wild card, and there are the Royals at 2.5, hoping to end the month of August with just a 2-game deficit. 1-1 on Didi Gregorius, and man, did he make a play on Dyson for the final out of the bottom of the 12th inning. Hosmer off of his glove, and Gregorius is on to begin the 13th.
Tough chance. In between hop down the line, possibly saved a double though.
It has scored an error.
I don't know about that.
Which always looks like an easier play in slow motion. And now David Boyce, official score, got another look at it and changed it to a base hit. So Chris Young begins the 13th inning like he did the 12th, leadoff man on. Matt Strahm warms up in the Royals bullpen.
Royals, if they have to, stay all night to get the win, even if it goes into September.
And we're 45 minutes away from that. Low to Castro. Speaking of that, the Royals are 20-8 in August, hoping to be 21-8. In July, they lost 19 games. So with 20 wins this month, they're the first team, this is remarkable, the first team since 1969 to have 1 month with 19 losses, followed by another month with 20 wins. Wow. 1-1 on Castro. Now if they win tonight, they would be the first team since 1961. So what, 55 years. The first team since 61 to have 19 losses in 1 month and 21 wins in the following month.
Wow, way to pull that out. That's hard to do. Incredible job.
Dave Holtzman, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you.
No way, Holtzy.
Gregorius will be going. He's stolen 6 out of 7.
There he goes, and it's grounded foul.
Thank you. Good practice, but don't need practice on August 31st. A lot of wear and tear on these athletes out here. The game of baseball is grinding.
Not running. Castro grounds it fair. Inside the bag. Gregorius to third. Castro to second. Second and third, nobody out. And now Brian McCann, left-hand batter, coming up, and Ned Yost is going to go get Matt Strahm. Ned, I would imagine, did not want to use Brian Flynn. He Best case scenario, did not want to use Chris Young, who essentially is pitching for a third straight game because he got hot last night. And he did not, in his heart, want to use Matt Strahm. But here we are. This is the 8th pitcher the Royals have used tonight, Matt Strahm. That comes in handy. A 125 opponent's batting average with runners at second and third and nobody out. 13th inning. The Royals are forced to bring the infield in.
Okay, see what kind of velocity he has on his fastball.
93.
Last night he was right at 92, 93 miles an hour. Good slider and a changeup. Last night was, with all the rain, there was some issues and there was some slipping.
2-0. He is pitching in back-to-back days for the first time. He went an inning and a third last night. Two and one, 94.
That's right, a little adrenaline working now.
McCann did not see Matt Strahm last night. 2-2. Last night, Strahm got the final out of the 8th inning and then pitched a scoreless 9th. Plenty deep enough. 1 run scores. Another runner goes to third. And the Yankees lead 5-4 in the 13th inning.
That's all that McCann was trying to do. Strahm was elevating, and he wasn't trying to pull him. He's just trying to do exactly what he did. Just stay under it, serve a sac fly, get the job done.
The Royals will walk Chase Headley. Set themselves up for a play at the plate, or possibly a ground ball and a double play with the rookie Aaron Judge on deck. So first and third, one out. And now Strom will get Aaron Judge, who has batted only once tonight and struck out against Chris Young last inning.
Strom has got to be able to force that ball down in the zone. Can't afford to leave it up for a possible sac fly, or with this guy's power, he could do some damage.
He has one hit in the series, and it was a 2-run home run. Upstairs for ball one.
Yeah, he's leaving it up. Shoulder coming off of his target.
Two and 0.
Drew's going to see if he can fix it. Get him going north and south.
.6'7", Aaron Judge. Two and 1, so he went off speed. Gregorius reached with an infield single, but Castro's the one who got the inning going with the double. 3 and 1.
Good spot though, keeping it down. That's right where he wants to have him hit it.
That'll be out of play. Fastball up, strikes him out.
There's no question about Strom's velocity tonight. This kid's fearless. Gives him 21 strikeouts. How about that? One thing that attracted Ned Yost about him in spring training was the fact that he was fearless when he got the ball. Young guy, went out there. Sometimes in spring training you get nervous. You can see it in your face. You can see it in the body language we talk about a lot. But he didn't show it to Ned. He showed confidence. That got him his call up. They were needing an arm. Good fastball. It's looking good tonight. Better than last night. And I think last night the rain and the tough footing had a lot to do with his velocity at like 92.
That's right. He's the one that asked the ground crew to come out and work on the mound for him.
Yeah.
One and 1 on Gardner. He has a 2-hit game. Dellin Betances is waiting for the bottom of the 13th inning. Now, he pitched 2 innings last night for the first time all year. 1 and 2 on Gardner. And the Royals will have Cuthbert, Hosmer, Morales. Cuthbert plays the one hopper. The Yankees get one. Could have been worse. Last night, the Yankees took the lead in extra innings in the top half. The Royals couldn't finish the job in the bottom half. Let's see what they do tonight.
Incredible.
Messing with Mama's shoelaces. She's been with us since the first inning.
Oh man, she's a great baby. Sleep all night, all morning.
Yankees lead on the Brian McCann sacrifice fly. Yankees bullpen has pitched 6 hitless innings. And the Royals, we wondered how they would bounce back after that heartbreaking loss last night. Well, 4 runs, 5 hits in the first 3 innings. No runs, 1 infield single over the last 9 innings.
Well, it's not going to get any easier, although last night we saw Dylan throw 2 innings, and he threw mainly sliders. Now, when he did throw the fastball, it was 99 to 100. I mean, he's got great power on his fastball, but he went soft early. And he was finishing them off late with a fastball backwards. Normally, pitchers like to go right at you with their good stuff. And Tanis has a lot of confidence in his slider.
And there it is outside. Chesler singled way back in the first inning. Over 4 hours ago. Two 2-0. Last 2 games of the series, at least to this point, have taken about 9.5 hours. Cuthbert, Hosmer, and Morales.
Oh.
3-0.
There's the heater. He let it go. It's a good thing he didn't hit Chesler. That would have. Look at that boring fastball. That boring in on him. Sanchez couldn't even catch it.
Hey. 3-1. And Joe Girardi, I bet, is in the same boat as Ned Yost. He's got a guy on the mound right now that he really hoped he could avoid tonight.
No doubt. Extra innings, they kill bullpens.
Full count.
Reared back. 6'8", 265. He says, here it comes.
Chesler takes a walk. Tying run on. Winning run coming to the plate. Nobody out.
Oh, that was huge.
And to lay off that pitch.
Right.
If anything, win it for that guy.
It is focus time. Excellent plate appearance.
Hosmer grounded out against Betances last night, and that's way inside. He does not have that pitch yet.
Nope, he's having some command issues.
And that was the first time that Eric put the ball in play against Betances. He struck out in his first 3 at-bats against the Yankee right-hander, then grounded out to second last night. First one for a strike. I'm not sure that's where he wanted it to be.
No, and Hosmer said, man, that's where I wanted it to be. And he couldn't get the swing. Yeah, I was saying, I would like to have that one back.
Betances makes a between the legs play, and that's a double play.
Are you kidding? He made that look like he practices that daily. That was unbelievable. He didn't panic. Look at him showing the athleticism. Off balance throw to second base. Whoa. If the Royals can come back after that, they're a Houdini ball club. What a play. That's one of the best pitching plays I've seen all year right there under the circumstances. Bottom of the 13th. Coming off his first career back-to-back innings and coming out here making a play like a middle infielder.
And then 100 miles an hour to Kendrys Morales. Royals have won their last 7 series. Into right field should be easy for Judge, and that streak comes to an end. The Yankees take 2 out of 3, winning the last 2 in extra innings, both by a final score of 5-4. Betances gets the save after getting the win last night.